windy. It's windy there. It's windy. Windy, windy. Good afternoon, everybody. It is just getting dark in Israel. 8:16 p.m. You're looking at the Israel-Lebanon border. It is windy. And we are here to bring you live coverage as Israel waits for an anticipated attack by Iran and Iranian proxy groups like Hezbollah. Will it happen tonight? We do not know, but it could. So we are going to bring you some live coverage and bring you the latest updates here. Again, you are looking at a live shot of the Israel-Lebanon border. It's the only live shot I have at the moment of Israel. Hopefully I get more. But this is the one right now. But this is the one I think of the best one to have. So it's a little windy there. You can hear it's windy. I might have to turn down the volume. I wonder what the weather is there. Let me look. Kiryat. Weather. The weather there is not that windy. According to Google, it's 82 degrees and 8-mile-an-hour wind. So we're here. We're live. It just got dark. What will happen? We came on a little earlier today than the last couple days, but we're here to see what happens. President Biden is supposed to meet with his national security team in the Situation Room in an hour. He's supposed to get to the White House and at 2 and meet with his national security team at 2:15. Hang on one second here. So we want to take your comments on the air. We're going to bring you the latest updates. Big thanks to our moderators. We have moderating right now. Carms and Danny James are over there. Thank you so much in our YouTube chat. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Big thanks. Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star. I got that fire. Papa Bear Surly Dev on Twitch. It is windy. I hope the wind doesn't blow the camera over. That would be bad. And hang on a moment. Thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. We have over on Facebook, Ronald Egnor is moderating. Thanks, Ronald. Appreciate it. And thanks to Red Squirrel for your support. Thank you so much, Red Squirrel 82. That's very nice of you. And also thanks to Dominic Shiro. Thanks so much, Dominic. Very much appreciate that. Dominic Shiro. And Jeff and Retired 50. Thank you. Yes, this is a live video shot. It is live video via Reuters of the Lebanon-Israel border. AFP had a shot at Jerusalem before, and it's not up right now, so hopefully they get it back. I can only give you the shots I have. I'm kind of nervous. But, hold on a second here. This is interesting. I just saw something interesting. Let me see if I can find it for you. You know, Parallel Universe, who I follow, he is in. He is a person I follow and I know, and he is in Israel. He said, I think he might have seen this on TV. He said that Channel 13's military correspondent this evening reports that Israel assesses that Iran is waiting for Hezbollah to retaliate first, see what its consequences will be, and then attack themselves accordingly. This is interesting. Now, he might have gotten this from TV because he is in Israel. I'm going to show you this real quick. It's a Parallel Universe at Ignis_Fatum, who I follow. So he's a trustworthy source. So he says that Channel 13 in Israel, their military correspondent, Alon Ben David, this evening reports that Israel assesses that Iran is waiting for Hezbollah to attack first. Hezbollah is in Lebanon, but they're heavily supported by Iran, to see what its consequences will be and then attack themselves accordingly. So we have heard that there's multiple reports suggesting that this could be a multiple day attack by Iran and its proxy groups. So, I mean, that would fit in with that if you had something from Hezbollah first. Israel assassinated a Hezbollah top commander last week in Beirut, and then hours later assassinated the Hamas political leader in Tehran, Iran. So both Iran and Hezbollah are expected to retaliate for those killings, but I'm sure with coordination because Hezbollah is heavily supported by Iran. But maybe the first attack will be just Hezbollah. I do not know. That's an interesting scenario put out there. And then Parallel Universe also said, I gotta see if I can find this. He said GLZ was reporting something. There's another interesting post from Parallel Universe. He said GLZ, which is a military radio news station there. GLZ reports that the Israeli Defense Forces is recommending a preemptive strike against Hezbollah to prevent their attack or hurt their attack against Israel if and when it becomes relevant. So that is something else we've been hearing reports about, that Israel might consider striking Hezbollah or Iran or one of the other proxy groups before they can attack. I mean, we'll see if it happens. But that's also an interesting report. Sorry, it's windy there, so trying to keep the sound volume up without having the wind be too loud. I mean, we want to have some sound. Andy Cush says, doesn't a preemptive strike seem a little like escalation? Well, certainly, if Israel launched a preemptive strike, that would be considered escalatory by Iran. But doesn't mean they won't do it. Trunk Dunk says, have you heard anything about when they're planning to make a move? I've only heard speculations, no real uncovered plans. I don't think we're going to hear any kind of exact plans. I think the best we can do is, there's officials, unnamed officials, who will talk to the press and say X, Y, or Z. But they're not going to come out and say, here is our announcement. We're attacking tomorrow at 7 p.m. So we're not going to get that. So we just have to wait and see what happens. Hey, thanks so much, Trunk Dunk. I really appreciate your support. Thank you. And also Kelly DePetter and Walter Beasley. Thank you for your support. Windy. It wasn't this windy before. The last couple days it was not this windy. It's windy tonight. Unless the camera's in a different place, but I don't know why that would be the case. But we haven't, I mean, we haven't had wind like this the last couple nights. It's windy there. Again, hoping to get more cameras. I'm a little annoyed I don't have more cameras right now. Because there were more cameras available. Well, you know, probably later in the day there'll be more available. But, I mean, feels like at this point there should be a bunch available. Anyways, this is the one I have from Reuters. Con News is reporting that Saudi Arabia has said we will not allow a foreign object to pass through our territory. We are defending ourselves and not Israel. Just to be, I want to pull up a map for a second. I'll pull up a map for a second, show you the geography of everything. Just give me a quick moment here. Let's just take a second. Oops, sorry. I want to do this. There. Pull up Google Maps. Oops, not want to do that. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Uh-oh, what's happening here? Hold on, something wrong. Something's off. Something is off. What is off? Why is this doing this? Oops, hang on. I got to figure this out. There's something weird going on. All right. Where is this? No, that's wrong. There, that's right. Okay, I think we're good now. Let's try this again. I don't know what just happened there. Now let's try this again with the map. Haha. Okay. How about that? There we go. There's our map. So there's Israel. There's Israel here. Iran's all the way over here. There's Iran. There's Israel. Hezbollah is going to be up here in Lebanon. Jordan here, Syria here. I mean, Saudi Arabia, I guess in theory, if the Houthis in Yemen launch something at Israel, it could pass over Saudi Arabia. In theory, if Iran launches stuff at Israel, it could pass over Saudi Arabia. So again, there's this report that I just read you from Con News saying that Saudi Arabia says it's not going to allow anything to pass over its airspace. But they also say they're not defending Israel. They're protecting themselves. So we'll see. I don't know if Saudi Arabia will shoot down everything over its airspace. I don't even know if anything will be fired over its airspace. Seems like it would need to come from either Iran or Yemen for that to happen. All right. Well, something to keep in mind. Gravy thinks Yemen, Lebanon, Iran, 3 directions. Weck says Saudis have a deal with the Houthi. They can't fire over Saudi. The Houthi have to fire over the sea. I don't know if that's true. I mean, Saudi Arabia has been fighting against the Houthis in the Yemen civil war. But this wind is bad. Sorry it's so windy there. We're going to be taking your comments. Freedom is Pepsi or Coke thinks most of the Iranian projectiles will go over Iraq. Thank you to a girl and a German Shepherd for your support. Thank you to Air Fryer for your support. Thank you, Air Fryer. Thank you, K Rando, and thank you, MM. And thank you so much, Robert McCandless. Robert McCandless. Thank you all for your support of the channel. Again, Biden will be meeting with his national security team at the White House Situation Room at 2:15 in 43 minutes. In 43 minutes. You know, I want to say if I remember right, when the April attack by Iran happened, Biden was, I think, away from the White House. And he was coming back to the White House that day. And I don't even think he had gotten back to the White House yet when the attack happened. I remember being kind of surprised by that. But I do remember that from April. I think I remember it. Because I remember being like, wow, wasn't he supposed to have a big meeting or something? But, because I remember the day it happened in April, it was like, oh, he's coming back early to the White House. That seems like it means something. But I don't even think he had gotten there yet. Well, it's dark. 8:33 local time. Yes, the U.S. has been sending in recent days more military forces to the area. Some fighter jets, I believe, and some ships. They had a bunch in the region already. So I don't know the exact state of what's there and what's getting there. Oh, let me try. Maybe I'll show you an update. Give you an update here. Give me 1 second. Excuse me. I'm going to be checking a lot of different sources here. Oh, this is interesting. Little interesting story for you here. Hang on, one moment. One moment here. NBC News is reporting, like they reported yesterday, by the way, that a senior official told them, a senior Israeli official told NBC News that Israel was bracing for a potential multi-day attack by Iran and Hezbollah. Could be a multi-day attack. Windy. Hang on. Hang on a moment here. The Jerusalem Post says Iran issues flight warning notice to pilots ahead of expected attack on Israel. That's the Jerusalem Post. They also say attack may occur Monday, sources say. Well, that's Axios reported that Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State of the U.S., had told colleagues in the G7, yes, that an attack could begin as early as Monday. It's now Monday night in Israel. Jerusalem Post says Iran has issued a NOTAM, a notice alerting an aircraft of dangers en route for the center, west, and northwest of the country, advising aircraft to change their routes. Kind of a short article there. Reuters reported this. Look at this. Jordan asks airlines to carry extra fuel amid Iran-Israel tension. Reuters says Jordan has asked all airlines landing at its airports to carry 45 minutes of reserve fuel in what experts see as a precautionary measure in case of an attack by Iran against Israel. Some airlines are already avoiding Iranian and Lebanese airspace and canceling flights to Israel and Lebanon, as concerns grow over a possible conflict in the region after the killing of senior members of militant groups Hamas and Hezbollah last week. The NOTAM, a safety notice provided to pilots, was issued on Sunday by Jordanian authorities asking all airlines to carry reserve fuel for operational reasons. It is effective until 2200 GMT on Tuesday. In a bulletin, Ops Group, a membership-based organization that shares flight risk information, said the move was ahead of the anticipated closure of Jordanian airspace, a cautionary move in case of an attack on Israel by Iran. Oh, rocket alert. There's a rocket alert of some sort. Hey, we got a rocket alert. Rocket attack Netula. Where is Netula? There are rocket alerts all the time, by the way, just to be clear. Let's get that straight. There are often rocket alerts. This one is in northern Israel, near Lebanon. I don't know if we can see it on this camera. I don't know if we would see activity on this camera from that specific location. It's called Netula, Israel. But again, just because there's a rocket alert doesn't mean a big response is coming. That is something that happens all the time. Netula is right on the border with Lebanon. Maybe a bit to the right of where this camera is looking. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can find anything else about what is going on there right now. I'll check some different sources. But there was one rocket alert in Netula. Yes, the Israeli Defense Force says sirens sound in Netula, or they said Netua on the IDF telegram, in northern Israel. I have no other info at this moment about this rocket alert. You're hearing it's windy there. We're getting some wind on the audio. Well, I'll keep you posted if I hear anything more about this rocket alert. There is a news account I follow that covers Israeli news, and they're claiming that there was a rocket interception. Again, that is a totally normal thing to happen these days. It's called current news on Telegram. So there may have been an interception, but again, rockets fired from Hezbollah, from Lebanon at Israel, happens all the time. Another alert just came in. It's called hostile aircraft intrusion, which is normally a drone alert. So I think there's a drone alert going off in northern Israel as well right now. Again, this is a common occurrence. This is in Herfeish and Suriel in northern Israel near Lebanon. So a couple of alerts for a possible drone, it looks like, in Herfeish and Suriel. I don't know if that's on this camera. This camera is facing somewhere north, but I don't know if that would appear on this camera. And I just saw another one now. You know what happens? It's another hostile aircraft intrusion. So when there's a drone alert, often a bunch of those go off in the same area if there's an anticipated drone. So we have a rocket alert in northern Israel and looks like a drone alert. Quick thanks to Debbie James for the gift membership. Thank you. And Fufu Fantasia for the gift memberships. Very nice of you. And Kelly Smith. Thanks so much for your support, Kelly Smith. And Gert Van Dyke. Thank you. And Stephanie Kerr. Thank you. And Cyborg King, who says it's not an attack, it's a retaliation. Thank you, Cyborg King. And Air Fryer. Stephanie says, instead of waiting, why doesn't Israel preemptively take out Iranian nuclear capabilities? Because that would risk like an all-out war. If Iran were to just... First, if Iran were... It would take a major, major military strike to take out Iranian nuclear facilities, because I believe a number of them are just embedded like deep underground. And it would be very, very provocative. Iran would basically might see that as like an existential threat, and you would risk an enormous war. Yes, there's another drone alert. There's some more drone alerts coming out, and again, a lot of times these drone alerts, it's for the same drone. Oh, and there's a new rocket attack alert in northern Israel. So I'm seeing these on my phone. I'm seeing some alerts in the north on my Red Alert app. They're in northern Israel. Rocket alerts, couple rocket alerts, and a few drone alerts. These are all northern Israel near the Lebanon border. I don't know if there actually are any rockets or drones going over the border. I just saw another one. So I am seeing some rocket alerts and drone alerts. Rocket and drone alerts in northern Israel. I have yet to see any reports of any actual rockets or drones. I am checking multiple sources, including Israeli sources. Up, another drone alert. Yeah, a bunch of drone alerts, and seeing a bunch of drone alerts in northern Israel and a couple rocket alerts in northern Israel. Again, I have no confirmation that there are any actual drones or rockets yet. There's been no reporting on any actual drones or rockets. I am looking at a bunch of Israeli sources, but I have yet to see reports of drones or rockets. But I'm looking. I'm looking. Again, no report of any actual drones or rockets yet that I have seen. Thank you, Harry Sound, for your support. Thank you, Harry Sound. Normally, if there were like interceptors going up and exploding things in the sky, you would be hearing that by now. There would be people in Israel reporting, we are hearing a bunch of explosions, but I am not seeing that at the moment. Maybe there is one or more drones or rockets, but I am not seeing reports of that at the moment. Thank you so much to Dean Nolan for the super sticker. I never realized that the A was a clock in that super sticker. Thank you very much, Dean. I appreciate that. Interceptor can be Iron Dome, but Israel has a number of different systems to shoot down different types of projectiles. It's not all Iron Dome. So they would have, in theory, other interceptors as well. All right, so again, there were several rocket and drone alerts in the northern Israel, but there's no reporting of any kind of drones or rockets at this point. John Turpin thinks Iran will respond today or tonight. Windy. Windy. Let me just finish reading this article I started reading you. I only got through a couple paragraphs of it. So Reuters reports that Jordan asks airlines to carry fuel amid Iran-Israel tension. Reuters says that Jordan has asked all airlines landing at its airports to carry 45 minutes of reserve fuel in what experts see as a precautionary measure in case of an attack by Iran against Israel. Some airlines are already avoiding Iranian and Lebanese airspace and canceling flights to Israel and Lebanon as concerns grow over possible conflict in the region after the killing of senior members of militant groups Hamas and Hezbollah last week. The NOTAM, a safety notice provided to pilots, was issued on Sunday by Jordanian authorities asking all planes to carry the reserve fuel for operational reasons. It is effective to 2200 GMT on Tuesday. In a bulletin, Ops Group, a membership-based organization that shares flight risk information, said the move was ahead of the anticipated closure of Jordanian airspace, a cautionary move in case of an attack on Israel by Iran. Jordanian airspace has not been closed yet. We'll see if we see any airspace closures anytime soon. Mark Z of Ops Group told Reuters, the Jordanian NOTAM is relevant because in the April aerial attack on Israel, Jordan was the first country to close their airspace by NOTAM, well ahead of even Israel, Iran, or Iraq. So something to watch out for tonight is, do any countries close their airspace? The 45 minutes of extra fuel would be intended to provide enough additional fuel for an aircraft to leave Jordanian airspace and land elsewhere, he added. A spokesperson for Flight Radar 24, Ian Pechnik, says an attack by Iran on Israel would result in the closure of some of the most heavily trafficked air routes in the world. Pechnik with Flight Radar 24 says closure of this airspace will force aircraft into ever narrowing corridors in the north to the north and south. Any sustained closure of these routes would be a monumental reordering of international air traffic. Anyway, that's from Reuters. But something to look out for tonight is, will we see any airspace closures? That is something definitely to keep an eye on. No, the Bangladesh political crisis is not connected to this crisis. We're not going to be talking about that at that point. It's a little bit off topic. But thank you for asking about it. Thanks to Danny Chickens for your support, and Dada and Remco Borsado. Is there a chance this could escalate to Europe? I mean, yeah, there's a chance it could be a regional war. If Israel and Iran start fighting each other, other countries could get involved. So who knows? I hope it doesn't escalate to a regional war. But one country attacks another, then the other one does something else. And if that keeps escalating, you can have war there. And who knows what happens then? I mean, you know, Israel has already committed, U.S. has already committed to defending Israel from Iran and its proxies. And then who knows, you know, you could get in a situation where, you know, shipping in the area is threatened, and that could bring in other countries in to protect the shipping, for example. So who knows? Who knows? Let's hope it doesn't escalate. It is 8:56 p.m. Local time. I'm seeing a report about Jordan. I'd like to see the original report. GLZ Radio, well, I guess the original report is from Sky News Arabia. So I don't know if this is true. But Sky News Arabia is supposedly saying that Jordan won't let anyone use its airspace. I got to try to find the actual report myself. So Sky News Arabia is first of all saying Saudi Arabia told Iran it will not allow any foreign body to pass through its territory, and that is, it is defending itself, not Israel. All right. A source for Sky, this is not confirmed. A source for Sky News Arabia says that Jordan told Iran that Jordan will not allow Israel to use its airspace, which could be important for shooting down projectiles coming from Iran, for example. Did Jordan really tell Israel that? I have no idea. That has not been confirmed. Jordan helped shoot down drones in the April attack. I don't know what Jordan's participation level will be in this attack, assuming this attack happens. In the Wikipedia article, which they cite various sources for this, about the Iranian attack on Israel in April, they say American, British, French, and Jordanian air forces also shot down some incoming projectiles. Jordan said it had intercepted objects flying into its airspace to protect its citizens. Phil Stewart with Reuters says, according to Spiegel magazine, Germany is preparing to evacuate its citizens out of Lebanon. To evacuate? That's interesting. Let me see if I can get the actual article from Spiegel magazine. Can I find it? Let's see. I can't find that report. I'm trying to find the actual... Maybe it's Der Spiegel they're talking about. Probably pronouncing that wrong, by the way. Let's see here. Oh, so I can tell you there is an article in Spiegel, which is a German publication, which says that, let me make sure what I'm reading here. The German armed forces could rescue Germans from Lebanon. Spiegel is reporting that now. According to Spiegel information, the Air Force already has transport machines ready to evacuate German citizens from Lebanon, well over 2,000 people, for whatever that's worth. You can reach me on X @Lookner. Quick thank you to Vicky Healy for your support. Thank you, Vicky. I really appreciate that. Vicky, Dave, and Comet, thank you. Also, Allie C. and Walter Beasley. Thank you. So in about 15 minutes, President Biden will meet in the Situation Room with his, assuming it's on time, President Biden will meet in the Situation Room with his national security team. That meeting is supposed to start at 2:15 Eastern time. It's 2:02 right now. It is 9:02 Israel time. You can give me a shout at Lookner on X. I'm going to read you a little from this article here on AP. In Israel and Lebanon, life goes on even as the region teeters on the edge of all-out war. AP says, the killings of two militant leaders in Beirut and Tehran attributed to Israel last week brought vows of revenge from Iran and Lebanon's Hezbollah. Everyone expects that an all-out war would be far more devastating than any previous conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, including the 2006 war. Authorities on both sides have yet to issue any orders to evacuate or prepare, even as several other countries have put out dire travel warnings and many airlines have suspended service. Israel's military, as of today, had not released any special guidelines or warnings for civilians, meaning beaches were full, summer camps were ongoing, and people were still headed to work as they have throughout most of the war in Gaza. No one seemed to be stocking up on supplies in Israel, and grocery shelves were full. For many, says AP, the worrisome anticipation was tempered by the obligation for now to carry on. Several countries, including the US, Britain, France, and Canada, have warned their citizens to exercise caution or leave the region. Many airlines have canceled flights to Lebanon and Israel, causing crowding as travelers try to rebook. Oh, by the way, Biden is supposed to talk to... Oh, the White House released a statement about Biden's conversation with the King of Jordan today. Let me tell you what that says. Readout of Biden's call with His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan. President Biden spoke today with His Majesty King Abdullah, if I'm pronouncing that right, of Jordan. The leaders discussed their efforts to de-escalate regional tensions, including through an immediate ceasefire and hostage release deal. The president thanked His Majesty for his friendship and affirmed unwavering U.S. support for Jordan as a partner and ally in promoting regional peace and security. The president offered his congratulations to King Abdullah and Crown Prince Hussein and Princess Rajwa on the birth of a baby girl, Iman, over the weekend. That's what the White House had to say about that call. Oh, also, a high-ranking Russian official went to Iran today. See that right there? From Associated Press. Iran state media say Secretary of Russia's Security Council, Sergei Shoigu, who I think used to be the defense minister until recently, he has arrived for talks. Iran state news agency said the Secretary of Russian Security Council, Sergei Shoigu, arrived in Tehran today for talks on bilateral and international issues. The report did not elaborate, but Russia's state TASS and RIA Novosti news agencies said Shoigu was scheduled to meet with the Iranian president, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, and the Chief of Iranian military's general staff. Diplomatic efforts have increased after the assassination last week of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, Iran, and I would say most people around the world blame Israel for that, and Iran has vowed to retaliate. Also, the head of the U.S. Central Command, General Eric Kurilla, is in the Middle East region, according to Associated Press. That is the part of the U.S. Department of Defense which oversees which has the Middle East as an area of responsibility. AP says the official that told them that the head of the U.S. Central Command is in the Middle East would not say specifically where General Kurilla was, but said he often visits the region to work and consult with regional partners. The U.S. and its allies have been preparing to defend Israel from an expected counterstrike from Iran and its allies and prevent a wider regional conflict after the killings last week of a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon and Hamas's top political leader in Iran. Iran and its allies have blamed Israel and threatened retaliation. AP says the escalating threats have raised fears of an all-out war in the Middle East. Another little news item for you here from Associated Press. Iran vows to respond with power and decisiveness to killing of Hamas's top political leader. Iran has vowed to respond with power and decisiveness to the targeted killing of Hamas's top political leader, that happened in Tehran, Iran, which it blamed on Israel. The killing of Ismail Haniyeh in a Tehran explosion last week has raised fears of a major retaliatory attack and the outbreak of a wider war pitting Israel and the U.S. against Iran and allied armed groups across the Middle East. The spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry said today Iran has the intrinsic right to provide for its own security and punish the aggressor, and said Iran will definitely take serious deterrent action with power and decisiveness. Again, a spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry said today Iran will definitely take serious deterrent action with power and decisiveness. He said Iran would be acting in accordance with international law and the right of self-defense. He added, however, that Iran is not after intensifying tension in the region. Another little news item here from AP. Iranian Revolutionary Guard chief says Israel is digging its own grave. By the way, I would say big threats and tough talk from Iran is pretty common. The head of Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard threatened Israel today after the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. General Hossein Salami, speaking to journalists at an event, warned that Israel was digging its own grave with its actions in its war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and that it is suspected of carrying out Haniyeh's killing. When they receive a blow, they will notice they are making mistakes. They are making mistakes all the time, Salami said in his speech at the day of the journalist event. They will see the result of their mistake. Then they will see when, how, and where they will get their response. Salami, again, he's the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, also touched on long-held suspicions about an Israeli assassination program targeting Iran's nuclear scientists amid concerns over the country's atomic program. Iran now enriches uranium closer than ever to weapons-grade levels, but maintains its program is peaceful. U.S. intelligence services don't believe Iran is actively pursuing the bomb, but a nuclear-armed Tehran remains a top fear for Israel. Revolutionary Guards head Salami said today, Israel is the cradle of terrorism and it has been created out of killing and murder. They think they can kill the nuclear scientists of another country and impede that country's path toward peaceful nuclear technology. They think that by killing the leader of Hamas in another country, it will give them more time to live. He added, they are just digging their own grave. So those are some comments from Iran's Revolutionary Guard head. Big thanks to PowerMax84 for the gift memberships. Thank you. Thank you also, David C. Thanks for the recommendation, David C. It is 9:14 local time, 2:14 Eastern time. At 2:15 Eastern time, in 1 minute, President Biden is supposed to start meeting with his national security team in the Situation Room. Oh, I do have a different shot. I have a live shot of Jerusalem I can show you. I do have a live shot of Jerusalem, which I will put on there. I'm gonna for most of the time I'm gonna keep up the shot of the Israel-Lebanon border here. Oh, our viewer Waldeck says Shoigu has left Iran on a certain plane. I wouldn't be surprised if people were people tracking that plane? Today? I see things here. What am I missing? Hang on a moment here. Oh, I was going to show you the Jerusalem shot. Sorry. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Can we see it? Is it there? No, we got to refresh. We'll refresh and show you the Jerusalem shot. There is a live shot of Jerusalem. That's our second live shot. Jerusalem right there. A live shot of Jerusalem. And that is Israel-Lebanon border. So we'll keep an eye on both of those. You can actually see cars on the lower left there. You can see a car drive by once in a while. You can see some traffic. Again, that is Jerusalem. But we're going to keep the focus on the Israel-Lebanon border there. Thank you, Samuels, for your support. Oh, Clean 937 Samuel for your support. Thank you. William thinks it's not going to happen today. I don't know. I have no idea. We might take a poll in a second. Oh. Faytux News says, who I follow, Trump is doing a live stream on Kick right now where he said, I'm hearing there's going to be an attack tonight on Israel. Where did he hear that from? Did he get some intelligence briefing, or did he read it in some article? I have no idea. I don't know what stream he's on. I have no idea. I'll ask Faytux what stream it is. Maybe it sounds like maybe he's on somebody else's stream. He's on Aiden Ross. Oh, people are saying, is it Aiden Ross? Am I pronouncing that right? Some of the viewers are saying he's on Aiden Ross's stream on Kick. I had no idea. I can't steal the stream, by the way. I just sort of was interested in seeing if it was still on there. Yes, he's there. He's with Aiden Ross right now. Okay. Anyways, I don't know. Yeah, he's a well-known streamer. Anyways, Faytux said, he said, I hear. Faytux said, Trump said, I'm hearing there's going to be an attack tonight on Israel. Again, I think, doesn't Trump get intelligence briefings? Isn't he getting intelligence briefings? Am I wrong about this? Or no? Does he not get them? I don't even remember. I thought I heard he did. Yes. There's an article in March from NBC News that says Trump to get intelligence briefings. U.S. intelligence agencies plan to give briefings to Trump this year if he secures the nomination. Well, there you go. So when he says, so he is getting intelligence briefings. That's what they've done in the past, is once there's according to this article, when the nominee is, Biden is coming back to the White House right now. I can't show it, but Biden's helicopter is landing at the White House right now. Again, I don't have the rights to show it, but I'm just letting you know that. So Biden helicopter is landing right now, and he's supposed to meet shortly after he goes inside in the Situation Room. Oh no, I'm sorry. I take it back. He already landed. So what happened is AFP is showing the footage and it looks like it's live, but I saw a note and they said it's the tape of it. So Biden is already there. He was supposed to get there at 2, but I got confused because they were showing it live, like it's live footage. It looked like it was live, but I just see here it says it's a tape. So it probably happened a few minutes ago. Sorry, some of you might have seen it somewhere, so I apologize. Yeah, they just posted it was delayed. So he just got back, I believe. Sorry about that. Anyways, what I was going to say is Trump is getting intelligence briefings from U.S. intelligence agencies. So when he goes on Aiden Ross's live stream, and according to Faytuck's News, he said, I'm hearing there's going to be an attack tonight on Israel. Did he hear that from the U.S. intelligence agencies? I don't know. Did he say where he heard it? I don't know. I mean, I would think Faytux would have posted that if he said where he heard it. So my guess is no. Our viewer Pagi said he specifically said it wasn't any hinted intel or anything. Maybe he did. I didn't hear it, so I have no idea. Thank you, Adox TV, for your support. And Robin, thank you, Robin. Thanks for shouting out the mods and Robin's dogs. Thank you, Robin and Robin's dogs. Thank you, our new member, Francine Barr. Thanks to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. He said it wasn't classified. Well, I hope it wasn't. I don't know. I mean, I just saw Ynet. Ynet, which is an Israeli news outlet, just posted the story that Trump claims, I heard there's going to be an Iranian attack tonight. So this is getting widely discussed. Roy Case says there are reports of an attack on the American Ain Assad air base in western Iraq. But who's reporting that? I saw that Al Jazeera reported it. So I would take it with a grain of salt. I'm seeing possibly news of some explosions near an air base in Iraq. Certainly worth keeping an eye on. I don't have reliable info on that right now. So Al Jazeera says 2 explosions sounded near the Ain al-Assad base, which houses American forces in western Iraq. They posted that 9 minutes ago. I don't really know what to make of that. I'll see if we hear more. But sometimes those things turn out to be just false. Yeah, I'm seeing some reports of this. Um, again, Al Jazeera says a security course for Al Jazeera. Two explosions sounded near the Ain al-Assad air base, Ain al-Assad base, which houses American forces in western Iraq. No confirmation yet that this actually happened. So let's keep an eye on that. It's the Al-Assad air base. All right, so we'll see if we hear anything else about that. I just got an update here from YneT military reporter Yoav Zayton. Where is he getting that information from? Hang on a moment. So a little while ago, probably about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago, we heard some rocket and there were some rocket and drone alerts in northern Israel. So Yoav Zayton with Ynet News Israel says the alarms in the Galilee about 4 Hezbollah drones penetrated Israel. One was intercepted and the rest apparently fell in open areas between Miron and Corfish. No casualties reported. So he's hearing that there were about 4 drones and one was intercepted and the rest fell in open areas. I can't confirm that. I'd believe if it's true. We did hear drone warnings about 45 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Up North. That's really generous of you, Up North. I really appreciate all of your support for the channel Up North from Canada. Thank you so much. Thank you also, the Speed Run Spartan, who said he had heard a similar report about Iraq. We'll have to just see if we hear more about that. (9:30 local time). One thing that the Institute for the Study of War, which is this research group that does military analysis, they had said that in the Iranian attack on Israel, upcoming, that Iran and Iranian proxy groups might want to attack U.S. forces at the same time, because that might distract U.S. forces and prevent them from shooting down the projectiles that Iran was also firing at Israel. I don't know if that's going to actually happen. So there's an unconfirmed report of perhaps things launched at a U.S. air base in Iraq. I will try to get more for you on that. Iran International, which is a Iran news, an outlet for Iran news, which is in London, which is in England, I believe. They claim that there was a missile attack of some sort, I guess one or more missiles, that targeted the American al-Assad base in Iraq. But again, that is still unconfirmed. They're talking about Al Jazeera. They got that report from Al Jazeera, which is where I got it from. So, excuse me. Again, I don't know if that's true. Hey, thanks so much to a ghost. It's a long name. I'll say a ghost choked. A ghost choked over there on Twitch. Thanks for your support. Hey, a big thanks to all of our moderators in our chat rooms. I really appreciate it. Over there on Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Big thanks to you. Also on Facebook, we have Kay Lowry Body. Thanks, Kay. Sorry about the wind. It's just really windy where the camera is. I have the volume turned down. I can still hear the wind there. Thank you, Kay, for moderating. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Donnie Davio over there on YouTube. Thank you for moderating. Sabrina. Ruth Krafasi. Thanks so much to all of our moderators. Thanks to Black Sheep Actual, our new member, and IndyCar. Thanks, IndyCar, for your support. Sorry, I'm just checking for updates here. It is 9:35 local time. 9:35 local time. Again, there are unconfirmed reports that perhaps a couple missiles or rockets were fired at a U.S. base in Iraq. That is unconfirmed. What will happen? Will Iran and its proxy forces begin their attack on Israel tonight? Hold on a second here. One of our viewers sent me this. Who sent it to me? MF Duck. Wall Street Journal said an Arab diplomat said that an Iranian official had said today that an attack could occur imminently within the next 48 hours. Again, Wall Street Journal says an Arab diplomat said that an Iranian official said on Monday that an attack could occur imminently within the next 48 hours. Wall Street Journal also says this morning, Iran issued a notice to pilots and aviation authorities warning of likely disruption to GPS and navigational signals, which are used by pilots for positional data and to follow flight routes. Israel sometimes disrupts GPS to hinder missiles and drones fired at it, which would use GPS for targeting. Wall Street Journal also says Iran this afternoon denied reports it had issued a notice to pilots and aviation authorities regarding flight restrictions or rerouting in its airspace. Iran's airspace appeared to remain operational as of Monday afternoon. The Wall Street Journal is also claiming that Iran is not so far telegraphing the attack to Israel and its partners, which would allow them to prepare to repel the attack better. Thank you so much to Tolly Gamers. Tolly Gamers, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate that, Tolly Gamers. And L. Kearney-ish. Thanks for gifting a membership, L. Kearney-ish. (9:40 p.m. Israel time, guys. 9:40 p.m. There is the Israel-Lebanon border. There is Jerusalem. Live pictures from Jerusalem. Oh, I have another shot for you. Ooh, what is this? I got a different shot. Hold on. I have a view looking towards Tel Aviv. I want to get that one. That's a new one from AFP. View from central Israel looking towards Tel Aviv and Ben Gurion Airport. Let's look at that one. That's new. They didn't have that one before. I'm going to get that up on the screen for you. Give me a moment here. Yes, hold on a second. That was the Dome of the Rock on the Jerusalem shot. Is it still there? Yeah, that's the Dome of the Rock there. What I need to do is reset that shot because I want to show you the shot looking towards Tel Aviv. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. Give it a moment. Let me reset it again. There it is. That view right there is from Modin. which is a city in Israel, Modin, and it's looking towards Tel Aviv. So it's an interesting, different view there. That's Tel Aviv is to the northwest of Modin. So that's a good angle to have. I know you don't see like much buildings and stuff, but that could be, if something's going on with Tel Aviv and the airport, that will be a good. The Ben Gurion Airport would be. Tel Aviv is on the coast. Really quick, let me show you guys where that view is. Really quick. So there's Israel here. The one camera is on the Israel-Lebanon border up here, but Tel Aviv is here. And that camera is in Modin, which is right here, and it's looking towards Tel Aviv. And there is the Ben Gurion Airport is right there. So the camera looks out towards the airport and toward Tel Aviv. So that is a camera to keep an eye on. Like if by some chance things were being fired at Tel Aviv, I would think we might see something on that camera right there. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. But for now, I'm going to focus on the Israel-Lebanon border. This camera faces that you're looking at, I believe, north or northwest. I don't have an exact location for it. Southpod, I have heard no reports that Iran has actually closed airspace. I've heard no reports that any country has closed airspace, Southpod. Thank you, Southpod, though. I really appreciate your support. But just to clarify, there's no reporting. I'm following a lot of sources. There's no reporting yet that any country has closed their airspace. That'd be a big deal. Thank you so much, Southpod from Canada, and Zaid M for your support. And also, Up North gave 50 memberships. Wow, that's really generous of you. If you get a membership from Up North on YouTube, make sure you thank Up North or anybody else who gave it to you. Thank you, Up North. So kind of you. And thanks so much, Black Sheep Actual. Black Sheep Actual, that's very, very nice of you. Really appreciate your support. Black Sheep Actual, thank you. Thanks for supporting the channel. So we've been talking about one thing we've been talking about is this idea, like NBC News reported that Iran could carry out a multi-day strike. Iran and its proxy forces could carry out a multi-day strike. Michael Horowitz, who I follow, Michael is a geopolitical analyst. Michael Horowitz. Michael at Michael H992. Michael H992. Michael says the risk of a multi-day strike is there is no reason to think Israel won't carry out strikes on launch sites, including in Iran, making a regional escalation even more likely. So what he's saying is, suppose Iran and its proxy groups try to launch strikes over several days. Well, he's saying you could have Israel try to take out the launch sites. But then if Israel starts bombing in Iran to take out launch sites, well, that's going to be seen by Iran as very provocative, and that could cause more attacks by Iran and its proxy forces. And things escalate. Oh, Reuters is reporting that rockets were fired at the Al-Assad air base now. Is Reuters actually reporting this now? Yes. Reuters reports, because this is from Parisa Hafezi of Reuters. Reuters is now reporting that 2 rockets, security sources tell them 2 rockets were fired at the Iraq Ain al-Assad air base, which houses U.S. forces. We have been talking to you about how there's reports of that. So Reuters is now reporting it too, just so you know. Reuters is reporting that too now. Here, I actually have the Reuters. So yeah, Reuters does report that now. Yes. Okay. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I am just checking for updates here. Thanks for your patience. Neera Krause of News Israel 13 says Biden is now meeting in the Oval Office. I thought he was in the Situation Room. I'll have to double check that. She says he's meeting with national security officials. I think I just saw a new report. Hold on a second here. Give me a moment. Oh, the Washington Post reports the Biden administration informed U.S. lawmakers that Iran's retaliatory strikes may happen as early as Monday or Tuesday. Okay? So again, the Washington Post reports the Biden administration informed U.S. lawmakers that Iran's retaliatory strikes may happen as early as Monday or Tuesday. That is from the Washington Post. I'm going to read that paragraph again. They say the Biden administration informed U.S. lawmakers that Iran's retaliatory strikes may happen as early as Monday or Tuesday, people familiar with the matter told the Washington Post. So remember, last week, the political head of Hamas was assassinated in Tehran, Iran, where he was visiting Iran for the inauguration of Iran's president. And Iran and Hamas blame Israel. It is widely believed Israel did that. And then Israel also last week, just hours before that, assassinated a top commander in Hezbollah, which is supported by Iran. And that happened in an airstrike in a suburb of Beirut. So now it is expected that Iran and Hezbollah and other of Iran's proxy forces will launch a retaliatory strike on Israel. It is 9:53 p.m. local time. This is the Israel-Lebanon border looking towards Lebanon. That right there is a live shot which is looking towards, that's a live shot looking towards Tel Aviv. It's a live shot in Israel looking towards Tel Aviv. That's where that one is. That shot is in Modin, Israel. If we need it, I have a shot of Haifa here and one of Jerusalem as well. So if I need to switch them, I'll switch them. Yeah, I'm seeing this report. A bunch of people have posted it. Faytux have posted it. Other people have posted it. I don't find Sky News Arabia that reliable, generally speaking. So Sky News Arabia said that a Pentagon spokesperson told them, "We have not detected any Iranian movements indicating a strike in the coming hours." Now, I don't know why Sky News Arabia would be the only one with the story. Why would a Pentagon spokesperson tell Sky News Arabia, and yet nobody else has this quote from a Pentagon spokesperson? It seems kind of odd to me. Maybe it's right. Maybe they have a special contact at the Pentagon who's friends with somebody at Sky News Arabia. So it could be, but I don't know. In my experience, I haven't found it to be the most reliable. So that's just my personal experience. Maybe they're right. They could be right. But I'm not seeing that report anywhere else. I don't know why there would be a Pentagon spokesperson who would only be talking to Sky News Arabia. But again, maybe they have a contact over there. I don't know. Just to be clear, that's my memory. If my memory is correct, I have not found them to be the most reliable, but I would need to go back and make sure. But just the fact that it's only coming from that one outlet and no one else is reporting that, I'm not going to put too much weight on that report. Checking out some of the things people have sent me. Hang on one second here. Quick thank you to Jonas for the gift memberships. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you also, Matthew Venator. Thank you, Matthew. Matthew says, if this happens, it may worsen the stock market. A lot of countries have had stock markets go down in recent days, as I'm sure many of you know. Urs Wiesendanger, thank you, Urs, for your support. From Switzerland, I believe. Choctaw Native, thank you for your support. Maybe our viewer thinks we will see some kind of combat activity tonight. Thank you, maybe. Thank you, the Speed Run Spartan. I'll see if I can find that somewhere. And Adi Chevris, thank you for your support. And Official LNTH. And DK and AC Man 1001. And thanks, Darren G, for the gift memberships. We are here bringing you the latest updates. I am checking a bunch of different sources, including Israeli sources and Arabic language sources. I have an update for you in a second. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. A federal judge has ruled that Google has violated a U.S. antitrust law. I'm seeing some headlines on this. CNN says Google has violated U.S. antitrust law with its search business. Federal judge rules, handing the tech giant a staggering court defeat. We're not going to really get into that here. Reuters is reporting it as well. I'm seeing that reported by multiple news outlets. Bloomberg Law says Google's payments to make its search engine the default on smartphone web browsers violates U.S. antitrust law. So, anyways. I just saw a post on, hang on a moment here. Reuters has an article saying Iranian president in talks with Putin ally calls for expanded ties with Russia. Sergei Shoigu, who I believe used to be the Minister of Defense of Russia until recently, very close to Putin, was in Iran today. You can see right here, Iranian president in talks with Putin ally calls for expanded ties with Russia. There's Sergei Shoigu right there. So Reuters says Iran's president told a senior ally of Putin on Monday, Vladimir Putin, I'm leaving out a couple words here, that Tehran was determined to expand relations with its strategic partner Russia, Iranian state media reported. Sergei Shoigu, the secretary of Russia's Security Council, met Iran's president and top security officials as the Islamic Republic weighs its response to the killing of a Hamas leader. The Iranian president said, Russia is among the countries that have stood by the Iranian nation during difficult times. The Iranian president said that shared positions between Iran and Russia in promoting a multipolar world will certainly lead to greater global security and peace. By the way, I don't think it's a coincidence that Sergei Shoigu, very close to Putin, visited Iran today in the middle of this crisis. I don't think that's a coincidence. Yeah, Shoigu was the Minister of Defense from 2012 to 2024. Russia has condemned the killing of Ismail Haniyeh, leader of Hamas, in Iran last week and called on all parties to refrain from steps that could tip the Middle East into a wider regional war. Shoigu was Russia's defense minister before being moved up to the Security Council in May, says Reuters. Though Putin has yet to comment in public on the recent escalation of tensions in the Middle East, senior Russian officials have said that those behind the killing of Haniyeh were seeking to scuttle any hope of peace in the Middle East and draw the United States into military action. Iran has blamed Israel and said it will punish it. Israeli officials have not claimed responsibility. Iran backs Hamas, which is at war with Israel and Gaza, and also the Lebanese group Hezbollah, whose senior military commander Fouad Shukr was killed in an Israeli strike on Beirut last week. Something else I want to mention here from this Reuters article. Reuters says Russia has cultivated closer ties with Iran since the start of its war with Ukraine and has said it is preparing to sign a wide-ranging cooperation agreement with the Islamic State. Reuters reported in February that Iran had provided Russia with a large number of powerful surface-to-surface ballistic missiles. In Washington, a State Department spokesperson referred to Shoigu's talks in Iran, saying the U.S. had no expectation that Russia would play a productive role in easing Middle East tensions. The U.S. said in June that Russia appeared to be deepening its defensive cooperation with Iran and had received hundreds of one-way attack drones that it was using to strike Ukraine, something Moscow denies. So again, I don't think it's a coincidence that, maybe I'm wrong, I don't think it's a coincidence that one of the top officials in Russia, very close to Putin, visited Iran today. Baby Dougie says Iran has provided Russia with drones and other arms, but Russia isn't going to war with Israel. Yeah, we already talked a little while ago. Some people are mentioning this, but we've already discussed it. There are multiple reports, including one from Reuters, that a couple of rockets were fired at a U.S. base in Iraq. Reuters had said 2 rockets fired at an Iraq's al-Assad air base, which houses U.S. forces. I am aware of that. I don't have more details at the moment. I will let you know if I get more details on that. Our viewer Butterfly says Israel is not intimidated. Guys, it's 10:09 p.m. local time. Oh, I have an update from Reuters reporter Parissa Hafesi. She says 2 Katyusha rockets on Monday were fired at Iraq's Ain al-Assad air base, which hosts U.S. and other international forces in western Iraq, security sources said. It was not clear if the attack caused any casualties or damage inside the base, the sources said. Hang on a second here. Ooh, what happened with the camera just moved? Hey, what happened with the camera? Guys, what just happened there? Did something happen? Did the camera just move? Did somebody bump the camera? Oh, we're going to do a poll in a second. We don't want that to happen. I don't like that. Now it's out of focus. What happened? I mean, I can't imagine that was just an accident. They better get that camera back. Now it's a little out of focus. Did it zoom in? I don't want it to be zooming in. We have other angles too, but this is the only one I have of the Lebanon border. A bird knocked it? It's been windy there. Hopefully they fix it. There's been no problems with this camera for 3 days. I hope it didn't get like messed up. And then it's out of focus. It is out of focus, by the way. I can see it. Here, I'll show you. See, it's out of focus. I don't like it when it's more zoomed in. You want to see more. Anyways. That's not good. That's not good. Let me look and see what happened. I can actually message them and see if they can. Now, I can't message the camera person, but I got to go back and I'm going to go back and see what it looked like. I'm just going to go back and see what it looked like a few seconds ago. Because that's an important, that's the camera. That's the Lebanon border camera. We don't want that one getting messed up. Yeah, it got messed up. I'm looking here. It's too low now. It got knocked down or something. Let's see what happened here. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. It just went out of focus. It went out of focus. Then it went back into focus. Oh no, it looked like. It looked to me like somebody actually moved it. It did not look like an accident. I just watched it again. It seemed to me like somebody actually moved it. It didn't seem like, it seemed like it was an intentional movement. Brenda thinks the camera guy heard something. I don't know. I just watched it again, and it did not look to me like it was an accident. It's kind of weird that it was moved, though, but it's also a little weird that it's not, it's a little out of focus. It is a big deal. If it's out of focus, then that's a big deal. It also is a big deal if it like zoomed in or something where it's not supposed to be. Also, I like it when it's framed better and you can see more of the bottom. So it's a big deal to me. Hang on, give me one moment here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. Just give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. Just give me one moment. Doing something real quick. There. I'm tempted to, I hate doing it. I'm really tempted to, with this camera, I'm tempted to maybe raise, do this. Let me know what you think. I can do, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to do there. Windy, windy. Got to turn the volume down. It's too windy there. Hold on. I want to show you something, guys. Why is this not working for me? So I can do that. I could do that, and then at least you can see a little of the bottom more. The problem if I do that, if I do this, then what happens is you miss out on one edge of this. I made it a little smaller so we have some black space on the right side. It looked like maybe now that nobody has fixed it, it looks like maybe wind or something knocked the camera. It lifted up the camera angle some, so we lost some of the bottom, and it knocked it out of focus. So, no, I'm not going to remove the news border. No. So that's going to be a no. Removing the graphic is going to be a no. So try something else. Try a different suggestion. That's not going to fly. So anyways, I could put it like this. Maybe I'll just leave it like this. You lose a little on the right end. But if I... Oh, hold on. It's focusing. Something's happening. It's changing. It's focusing. Oh, wait a second. Are they fixing it? Is it getting fixed? Something is happening. Something is... By the way, I emailed Reuters about this. Could it be that my email made it all the way there? I don't know, but it's... I emailed, and 2 minutes later, I see focusing going on. I see focusing going on. Oh, that looks nicer. That looks better. I wish he would reframe it, but clearly he refocused it. Oh, well, it's good to know someone's there. That's good to know. Much better. It's very possible that my email is responsible for this. I don't know, though. Okay, what I'm going to do with this shot, I'm going to leave it like this. So I apologize. I don't think I'm going to be able to email and say, I'm not going to send them an email saying, can you reframe the shot and slightly raise, slightly lower it? That's not going to work. But anyways, there is a bit of black on the right edge of the screen, but I'd rather have it zoomed, I'd rather have it framed like this, because then now you guys can see all those lights and everything. So it's not perfect, but it's much better. It's much better like this than it was a couple minutes ago. All right, good. Ooh, hold on. Sorry. But I feel better knowing somebody is actually there, because that way if there's another problem with it, they'll fix it. Okay. Quick thank you to the Mandalorian. Thanks for your support. Thank you, Angel Mendez. Hey, Steve, apparently some Israeli journalists are saying, who do you think took down that helicopter, referring to the president of Iran crash? What can I say? The previous president died a couple months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, in a helicopter crash in Iran. Iran, I believe, has a pretty bad air safety record, if I remember correctly. I don't have any information that was caused by anybody else, but I'm not an airline, I'm not a helicopter mechanic. I have not seen any kind of reports I would see that would be credible, that Israel was responsible for the helicopter crashing, but who knows? I don't know. The best I can tell you is I don't have details. I don't know about helicopter crashes, but I have not personally seen any kind of reports or reporting suggesting or claims from Iran that suggesting that Israel was responsible. That's the best I can tell you. What else can I say? I can't really say anything else. I don't know. My guess is that there was no big public report in a transparent investigation released in Iran, but I don't know for sure. Wikipedia says that a day before the crash, the Iran Meteorological Organization issued an orange weather warning, severe weather that may cause damage or accidents for the region. I believe it was quite foggy that day, if I remember that correctly. They have an article on Wikipedia about it. See. The Wikipedia article says a preliminary report released by the Iranian military found the helicopter had caught fire after hitting an elevated area. It claimed there was no evidence of foul play. I don't know. I do remember we were covering it that day, and it's very windy there, by the way. I do remember we were covering it that day, and there was a lot of fog there. But I don't know exactly what the conditions were exactly when it was flying. So what can I tell you? What can I tell you? Paul Vest thinks it was an old, unreliable aircraft flying in bad weather. Yeah, by the way, hold on a second here. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about that right now. All right. Hey, thanks to Mark Dean for your support, and thank you to Daniel Israel for your support. I appreciate that. We are here. It is 10:25 p.m. Israel time. The world waits to see, obviously Israel waits, and the world waits to see when Iran and Iran's proxy forces, including Hezbollah, will retaliate for the killing in Tehran of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh last Wednesday, and when Hezbollah will retaliate for the killing of top Hezbollah commander Tuesday. Israel said it killed the top Hezbollah commander on Tuesday in Beirut, and on Wednesday, that killing of the Hamas leader in Tehran, Iran and Hamas blame Israel. Israel has not confirmed or denied they did it, but it is widely believed that Israel did it. By the way, MJ Lee of CNN reports that Kamala Harris has trained her focus on Josh Shapiro and Tim Waltz. Tim Waltz. Isn't it Tim Waltz? I gotta look this up. Waltz? It's W-A-L-Z. Walls. Oh, it's Walls, not Waltz. Tim Walls. Sorry. It is Walls. Alerts. Rocket alerts. Rocket alerts. We got an alert in Iran? Hold on. I just saw an alert. Hold on a second. Sirens. Breaking news. Breaking news. Sirens. Breaking news. Sirens. 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 Breaking news. Sirens. Live sirens. We have sirens. Big breaking news. Now that could just be the rocket alert. It could just be local. Maybe that's the siren right near the camera. All right, now there's no more sirens. Now there's no more sirens. Oh my gosh. There was sirens for 10 seconds. Oh, hold on. Hold on. The camera's moving. The camera's moving. The camera is moving to find something. The camera is moving. Wow. Whoa. Whoa. Sorry, let me put that back. The sirens were going for like 15 seconds. Sorry, I'm turning it down again. I turned it up because the sirens were going. What happened? The sirens turned on for 10 or 15 seconds. It is so windy there. No, you're not hearing booms, you're hearing sirens. Yes, so to be clear, the sirens are in Kiryat Shimona, which is right over here where this camera is. But they did not go off for very long. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Yeah, IDF says sirens sounded in Kiryat Shimona and Sneer. But they were only there for a little while. Hold on. Hang on a moment. Yes, Sneer and Kiryat Shimona. Wow, that was scary. That was scary. It only was we started actually hearing sirens. Now, again, rocket alerts are common. So what might have happened is we just heard what always happens, but normally the alarm is not so close to the camera. But it didn't go on very long. Wow, I got really nervous. I was thinking maybe it was something kind of more because we were hearing the sirens. Maybe it was more than just a normal rocket alert. One of our viewers says that was anxiety-inducing. I did not see anything on any of the other camera angles, so wow. Guys, wow. Wow, wow, wow. So again, there were a couple of rocket alerts. I'm not aware of any actual rockets yet. Let me do some checking here. That was scary. Thank you to our members Wantabiz and Ants the Man, and thanks K-Rando. K-Rando says, wonder if the wind is delaying things. I have no idea. Thanks, K-Rando. Thanks to Mark Dean and Daniel Israel. Also, Who Shot JR over there on Twitch, and Snecky Stream, and Relila, and Juan Moore, and Chitty, and Steve's Dino Nuggies, and Smochizuki. Thanks for your support on Twitch. That was nerve-wracking. Man, I get scared when I hear the sirens. Whew. All right. Anyways. I don't know if that was just a false alarm, a false rocket alert we heard. Oh, I just saw a statement from the Israeli army. Hold on, I just saw a statement from them. According to Al Jazeera, the Israeli army says, we detected the infiltration of suspicious aerial objects from Lebanon that landed in the Jabal al-Jarmach area. I haven't seen that confirmed by the IDF, though. By the way, there were warnings like an hour or an hour and a half ago, like drone warnings and rocket warnings. About 15 minutes ago, the Israeli Defense Forces said, following the alerts that were activated about 2 hours ago, in northern Israel, several suspicious aerial targets were detected that crossed from Lebanon. One target was intercepted by the air defense fighters, and crashes were detected in the Mount Meron area. There are no casualties. Missile and rocket warnings were activated for fear of falling interceptor fragments. That was from a couple hours ago. Oh yes, I was going to do a poll. Sorry. So I keep forgetting to do the poll. I'll do it now. All right, I'm doing a poll when people think the Iran attack will happen. Tonight, tomorrow, later, or never. I really thought that was the start of it when we heard those sirens. Let me show you what our viewers are saying. "49% of our YouTube viewers think the attack will happen tonight. 13% say tomorrow. 23% say later. 15% say never." Now over there on Twitch, kind of similar on Twitch. Half the viewers on Twitch think it's going to happen tonight. Twitch is on the right there. 50% say tonight. 6% say tomorrow. 18% say later. 27% say never on Twitch. Wow. Seems a little high to me. Thanks to Urs Wiesendanger for your support. Thank you, Urs. Who says, I'd felt like the world just skipped a beat. Thank you also, Kim Spencer, for your support, and Chris the Toffee. All right, I'm going to wrap up the poll. Thank you for voting in the poll. So about half of you think it's going to happen tonight. I have an update. The sirens were a false alarm. The sirens were a false alarm. News update. News update. The IDF says following the sirens that sounded a short while ago in the areas of Kiryat Shimona and Sneer, I believe Kiryat Shimona is right around where this is, it was determined to be a false identification. That siren we heard was a false alarm, guys. Confirmed by the IDF. False alarm. They just posted it 1 minute ago. I mean, given that the sirens only went off for about 15 seconds, that seemed like it was a possibility. Let me check. Let's see if I have any other updates here. Tracy Hoy, our viewer, says, everyone is on edge, I guess. It is 10:40 p.m. 10:40 p.m. Urs Wiesendanger says, great timing for a false alarm. Thank you, Urs. Hart says, I'm on edge. That is wind right there. You just heard wind. Checking some different sources here. Give me a moment. Sorry to turn down the sound. Too much wind. Iran International claims, they say Iranian media reported 3 explosions in Isfahan. The deputy governor of Isfahan said the sounds of explosions were caused by a training exercise. That is from Iran International. So again, the deputy governor of Isfahan, Iran, says there were several explosions caused by a training exercise in Isfahan, Iran. The IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari, new message from the IDF spokesperson. It is important to clarify, he says, there is no change. There is no change in the directives of the Home Front Command. We have our finger on the pulse all the time, and if there is a change, we will inform you immediately. Okay? So that is from the IDF spokesman. He says, we have our finger on the pulse all the time, and if there is a change, we will inform you immediately. So there is no change in there are currently no special instructions to Israeli citizens, like go to a shelter or stay near a shelter or don't go here. No special instructions at the moment. But he says, if it changes, he will let you know. It's interesting. I don't know if that means that they don't think an attack is going to happen or if they just don't know. Maybe they just, if you're Israel, you probably don't want everybody. If Iran's going to wait days and days, you don't want everybody to be forced to stay in shelters the whole time. So I don't know. I don't know the calculations that go into the Israel's recommendations. But currently, there is no change to their advice to their citizens. I follow their social media. Hey, I think that was pretty cool. I just posted that on my X account, and I just saw right after N12 News Israel, major news channel there, said literally the same thing. IDF spokesman, there is no change in the directives of Home Front Command. We have our finger on the pulse all the time. So it was significant that he said that. Now 14, Israel News posted it as well. Biden has been at the White House meeting with in the Situation Room with his national security team. I don't know if that meeting is over. Checking things here. Appreciate people messaging me with updates. You can message me on X at Lookner. Oh, what I was going to tell you, before the siren went off, which was a false alarm, what I was going to tell you is MJ Lee of CNN reports, Kamala Harris has trained her focus on Josh Shapiro and Tim Walz in the final hours of her process to select a running mate, multiple sources tell Jamie Grangle and me. MJ Lee also says, but all three finalists, Shapiro, Walz, and Mark Kelly, remain in the running as of Monday afternoon. So by tomorrow, Kamala Harris is supposed to announce her pick for vice president. And then I believe she has a rally scheduled with her vice presidential pick tomorrow. Sorry, just checking for updates here. Oh, I just saw something. I want to mention to you. Delta is pausing flights between New York and Tel Aviv through August 31st due to ongoing conflict in the region. The airline said in a statement. That is according to Liz Frieden with Fox News. Liz Frieden with Fox News says, Delta flights between New York JFK and Tel Aviv will be paused through August 31st. It's a while. Due to ongoing conflict in the region. Reportedly, there are a large amount of Israelis who are stuck outside of Israel because flights have been canceled going back to Israel and they can't get back. I don't know how many are stuck outside at this point, though. More wind. Very windy. It is almost 11 o'clock local time, guys. Almost 11 o'clock. I just saw a story here from Associated Press. The UN says it has fired 9 staff members from its Agency for Palestinian Refugees, known as UNRWA, after an internal investigation found they may have been involved in the Hamas-led October 7th attack against Israel. The UN said that 9 people included 7 staffers who had previously been fired over the claims. The UN's internal watchdog office has been investigating the agency since Israel accused in January 12 UNRWA staffers of being involved in the October 7th attack. Israel's allegations initially led top donor countries to suspend their funding for UNRWA, the main agency providing aid to Palestinians in Gaza. That caused a cash crunch of about $450 million. Since then, all donor countries, except for the US, have decided to resume funding. Hamdi, who I follow, he is with CNN. He says the U.S. has been urging countries with diplomatic relations with Iran to communicate to Tehran not to escalate the conflict with Israel. I don't know if Iran's really gonna listen to that. We are bringing you live coverage. Will the Iranian attack on Israel begin tonight or happen tonight? Or an attack by Iran's proxy forces like Hezbollah in Lebanon? I have no idea. I have no idea at all. Like you, I am waiting and seeing. Today is Monday. The assassination of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran happened last Wednesday morning. It's almost Tuesday morning in Israel. Danix3 thinks it's still too early in the night. Checking out some of your comments here. It's almost 11 p.m. local time. Blackstrom says, what time did Iran attack in April? I don't remember exactly, but I remember it being in the afternoon. So I want to say it was around like 11 p.m. Israel time or something like that, 11 or midnight or something like that, maybe a little earlier. I just remember it being the afternoon Eastern time. And there's a 7-hour difference. So Martin Gingrich says, will wind affect interceptors? I have no idea. I mean, I would assume they're built that they can work in the wind. It'd be kind of crazy if they weren't. But I don't know exactly what effect the wind has on things. Maybe they're built to take account for the wind. Or maybe if they use some sort of honing technology, the wind doesn't matter because they're automatically directed to a specific target. But I checked the weather there, and it didn't seem like it was that windy. Alex believes the April attack was around 1 p.m. local time? 1 a.m. local time? Are you sure? I thought it was a little earlier than that. According to Google, the wind is 6 miles an hour in Kiryat Shimona. Now, maybe this camera's at an elevated location or something, so it's windier, like it's on top of a hill or something, or a mountain. I don't know. Thank you, Dimi Dumangji, who says, I have a bad feeling for tonight. Hope I am wrong. And thank you, Luca, for your support. Luca hopes Iran limits itself to a measured response. Luca says the Israeli strikes were targeted at specific individuals and not the general public or civilians. Thank you, Luca, for your support. Thank you, VR and Gabriel Moro. Thank you. You know, I've been saying since last week that I think Iran might feel that Israel is out of control, and that Iran needs to establish deterrence, because within hours last week, Israel attacked a suburb of Beirut and killed the top commander in Hezbollah, and then hours later, they assassinated the leader of Hamas in Tehran, who was a guest of Tehran, guest of the Iranian government, there attending the Iran president's inauguration. And he was staying in a government facility. So I would not be surprised if Iran was like, Israel is just out of control. They're doing whatever they want. They don't think that they'll ever get punished for it. We need to show them that they can't just keep doing this stuff without suffering. So I would not be surprised if they were trying to inflict some significant damage to establish deterrence, to show Israel there will be a cost for doing these things. The Institute for the Study of War, who I've read you some reports by, they feel similarly. They think that Iran likely will want to do an attack that does more damage than the attack in April to establish deterrence, to make Israel think twice about doing such things in the future. That's what makes sense to me. I don't know that that's going to happen, but that's what makes sense to me. But we don't know what will happen. If you're Iran, you also don't want to overdo it and then start a regional war, presumably. Intel Crab posted this from Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera says Iranian airports company says no restrictions on flights to the west and northwest, and flights are operating to all destinations. So that is from the Iranian airports company. No restrictions on flights to the west and northwest, and flights are operating to all destinations. Good spot by Intel Crab. Al Jazeera also reports that Iran's intelligence minister says Iran's response to the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh will be strong and diplomatic moves will not limit its severity. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty nervous about all this. This is a really big deal. This is a dangerous situation. Because Iran has the motivation to want to launch a significant strike on Israel that causes damage, whether them alone or in partnership with their proxy groups. Let me remind you, something that the Institute for the Study of War has pointed out is that in the April attack, Israel and its allies had hours while drones traveled from Iran to Israel. But if it would not be hours if Iran, say, had Hezbollah launch attack drones from Lebanon right across the border with Israel. Could be a question of minutes. So the Institute for the Study of War is of the view that it could be much more dangerous for Israel if Iran launches more projectiles from its proxy groups who are closer to Israel than it is. Could be a multi-day thing. We have no idea. I read you some report earlier, I forget where it was from, where someone was claiming that maybe what you could have is Hezbollah do something first and then Iran do something after them. Ron Drake says this is scary. Well, we did have sirens for a few seconds, but that was a false alarm. You know, something to keep an eye out for is, do we hear about any airspace closures? Do we hear Israel telling its citizens, hey, get close to your shelters or something? We don't have any of that stuff at the moment, but we could hear that too. Thank you, Alan. Alan says ballistic missiles don't require airspace closure. All drones intercepted last time. Expect drones from, I don't know if all were, but most of the projectiles were intercepted last time. Alan says, expect drones from Lebanon and missiles from Iran. And thanks to Martin Gingrich, who says his friend in Israel tells him they are very confident of their defensive system and help from U.S. He didn't seem nervous. Yes, that is just wind. You're hearing wind. That is what you're hearing. Here is a live shot. Oops, we lost that live shot. We gotta go. So I lost the live shot of the Tel Aviv one. That was short. Let me go back to the Jerusalem one. That's annoying. We had a live shot where you could see Tel Aviv in the distance, or you could see the sky above Tel Aviv. So I'm gonna go back to the. I gotta go back to the Jerusalem live shot. Sometimes they don't last very long, the live shots. It is 11:09 Israel time, guys. 11:09. 11:09 p.m. I'm waiting to get you that Jerusalem. Here's the Jerusalem shot. Hey, look, it's Jerusalem. It's a live shot of Jerusalem. Jerusalem live. That is not the Lebanon-Israel border. That is Jerusalem. But we will keep our focus on the Israel-Lebanon border for now. Yeah, once in a while they have lasers there. If I see them again, I'll put them on. Christopher Miller reports that there's a series of explosions in central Kyiv, Ukraine right now. Air defenses are working. There is an airstrikes alert in Kyiv, Ukraine. Which, I mean, that happens a lot in Ukraine, where Russia launches missiles into Ukraine. I'll keep an eye on that. Thank you to Joe. Joe has been nervous about the future. Everything feels like it's going to explode. The energy is palpable. That's what Joe says. Thank you, Joe. I do feel like, I kind of feel like if it's going to happen, we'll hear a little more beforehand. Either, and I might be totally wrong about this, but either we'll hear about some airspace closures or we'll, hear about some warning to Israel, to its citizens. I just feel like we'll hear something, but I might be wrong about that. And that stuff could come at any time. Ray Kitchens thinks airspace closure is the best indicator. Yeah, I'll repeat what I said before about Iraq. People keep mentioning Iraq in the chat. We've already reported on it a couple times. As I said, Reuters reported that 2 rockets were fired at Iraq's al-Assad air base, which hosts the U.S. and other international forces in western Iraq. Security sources said it was not clear if the attack caused any casualties or damage inside the base, the sources said. That's all I know right now on that. That happened a couple hours ago. One of our viewers said, do you think Iran could possibly invade Israel through Iraq and Syria if they need to? If that is only something that would be happening if there was like an all-out war between the countries, that is a very different situation to have some sort of all-out war. The only way Iranian forces would be trying to go into Israel directly is if they were at an all-out war, and that's just a very, very different situation than what we have now. So no, not any time in the near future. That's not going to happen. What you could happen is, you could have, maybe you will have people from Hezbollah trying to infiltrate from the northern border, or maybe Iran has proxy forces in the West Bank who try to infiltrate through there and conduct some sort of terrorist activities. But yeah, you're not going to have Iranian forces going into Israel unless, it would have to be, you'd have to imagine, oh, there's already an all-out war and there's some situation where that happens or something. But that's just not anything that's going to happen anytime soon. I mean, if it got to that point, then I would think likely have other countries involved and it would be some huge world conflict or something. Thank you for your support. I think the person wrote in Korean, I hope. So I wouldn't worry about that possibility right now. But if you're talking about whether Iran could use proxy forces to try to launch some sort of attacks inside Israel, look, I mean, Hamas did that on October 7th. Hamas sent, I believe, thousands of fighters on Hamas on October 7th across the border, and they conducted attacks on Israel. So I'm sure that is a concern of Israel, again, that you could have some forces being directed by Iran trying to come across the border, maybe during a rocket attack or a missile attack. So that, I'm sure, is something Israel... We read an article about that yesterday. I think one of the Israeli news outlets was saying that Israel was focused on infiltrations across the border. And that's certainly something Iran could support, just have proxy forces try to do it. So if that's what you're talking about, I'm sure that's a concern for Israel. Interesting article here from Reuters. Reuters says oil falls as global stock sell-off, global equity sell-off, offsets rising Middle East tensions. Reuters reports that the price of oil fell on Monday as a sell-off continued on global stock markets, but the slide was limited by fears that Iran's retaliation for the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran may lead to a wider war in the Middle East. Brent crude oil futures settled down 0.66% at 76.30 a barrel. Stock markets tumbled from Asia to North America as investors fled riskier assets while wagering that rapid interest rates cuts by the Federal Reserve will be needed to drive U.S. economic growth. Worries over possible supply disruptions from a wider Middle East war limited oil's losses throughout the day. Israel and the U.S. are bracing for a serious escalation in the region after Iran and its allies, Hamas and Hezbollah, pledged to retaliate against Israel for the killings of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh and a top Hezbollah military commander last week. Oil traders are expecting Iran's response to be short in duration, making crude futures more vulnerable to fears of a U.S. recession like those that roiled markets on Monday, said John Kilduff, founding partner of Again Capital. That's according to Reuters. We are bringing you live coverage here. It is 11:20 p.m. No Iran attack yet. No attack from Iran's proxy forces yet. Thank you so much, Sage Lake, our member, who says it's almost Tuesday. Yes, it is there. Thanks, Abraham Gluck, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Alan, for your support. Alan says that drones and cruise missiles travel through airspace and will require a closure, but ballistic missiles would not require a closure. Expect little to no warning, says Alan. The thing is, Alan, though, I know the Institute for the Study of War has suggested that in order to get missiles, in order to get projectiles through Israel and allied defenses, Iran might want to have lots of projectiles arrive at the same time. So if they were just to shoot some missiles and not to shoot other projectiles, that would make it easier for Israel and its allies to shoot them down. I do not have a live shot of Haifa right now. I only have this in Jerusalem right now. Those are the ones I have. Thank you, Abdullah Al-Sihi. Abdullah Al-Shihi. Al-Shehi? Maybe Al-Shehi. Who is watching from the UAE. That's pretty cool. One of our viewers, Mushi, says, I live in Haifa, so I'll report. Adox TV thinks it'll be tonight or tomorrow. Kenneth Freeman says Iran would serve them. Our viewer Kenneth Freeman writes in and says, Iran would serve themselves well to wait as long as they possibly can, short of the U.S. and Israel making a preemptive strike. Currently, Israel is under siege thinks Kenneth. No air traffic, ships, and a government in hiding. Well, there is air traffic. I mean, Tel Aviv airport is still operating, but certainly there is limited air traffic. A number of airlines have, for example, canceled flights into Israel. So that is true. So what Kenneth is saying is he thinks Iran might want to wait to cause further disturbance to Israelis. Faytux News just mentioned a story by Khan News Israel. I think they might have been talking about this yesterday too. One thing they say is they talk about whether Israel was going to do a preemptive attack on any of the forces that are going to launch an attack on them. This is interesting. Khan News, I don't know if this is true. Khan News says in Israel it is estimated that the Iranian attack will focus on military targets. They said that just came out. So certainly civilian targets would be much more provocative for Iran to hit than military targets. But they also might have more of a deterrent effect. I don't know. Anyways, Khan News Israel is saying that the Iranian attack is expected to focus on military targets. That's what people in Israel think. Also, in Israel, it is estimated that Iran's response will not lead to war, but will be on a higher level than the April response. And they also say that Khan News also reports that Israel is preparing for an immediate response to Iran's response, and there's a debate on whether to carry out a preemptive strike. That's according to Khan News. By the way, I appreciate Faytux News for highlighting this story by Khan News Israel. Oh, somebody asked about Saudi Arabia. Sorry, I meant to say something on that. So, according to Khan News, a Saudi official said that Saudi Arabia would not allow any foreign object to go through the skies. And that, where is this here? This is from Roy Case of Khan News. He reports Saudi Arabia will not allow any foreign body to pass through its skies, which would suggest, again, no Iranian drones and missiles will be allowed through its skies. But also, Sky News Arabia claimed Jordan's foreign minister told Iranians that Jordan will not allow Israel to use its airspace and will not allow Iran to use its airspace. So I don't know the facts here, but has Saudi Arabia told Iran that we will shoot down drones or missiles if you shoot them over Saudi Arabia? I could see them doing that. They're longtime enemies. I think I saw a quote from some report claiming that Iran said that's claiming that Saudi Arabia said, well, we'd be doing it to protect ourselves. So I don't know for sure. We got the Modine Israel camera back. The Modine Israel camera is the one with the view of Tel Aviv in the distance. That's a good camera to have. So I'm going to get that camera ready here. I'm glad we got that one back. Hang on a second here. CNN says multiple U.S. officials told CNN the U.S. expects Iran to retaliate in the coming days and perhaps within even the next 24 hours against Israel for Ismail Haniyeh's killing. Now, something that Faytux News found that CNN said, thank you to Faytux News, at Faytux, F-A-Y-T-U-K-S, a good account to follow for news updates. Faytux News, at Faytux. Faytux mentioned this, which I just saw on CNN as well. CNN says, the U.S. has struggled to gauge when the response will come and what form it will take, in part because Iran already moved some of the military assets necessary to carry out a major attack on Israel in April, making it more difficult for U.S. intelligence to predict its actions now, according to 2 U.S. officials. Here is, let me show you the shot where we can see of Tel Aviv in the distance. Well, you don't really see, it's a shot facing Tel Aviv. A view towards Tel Aviv. I'll have that for you in a second. That is the view from Modin, Israel, and in the distance you can see you can't see it that well, but in the distance it's a view towards Tel Aviv, and also before Tel Aviv, Ben Gurion Airport. So if something is happening in Tel Aviv in the sky, and we have this camera angle, it should be able to pick it up. Ben Gurion Airport is before Tel Aviv, and that is the main international airport of Israel. So anyways, it's good that we have this camera angle for now. One of our viewers says it's pronounced Modi'in. Modi'in? Is that how you pronounce it? Modi'in? Oh, I can see it. It is. It's Modi'in. It's in central Israel. That's where that other camera is. Thank you for the correction. Hey, thank you to CC Shahida, our new member. Thanks to our new member, Chandro Singham. Thank you, Cyborg King, who says Iranian airspace is becoming less crowded, with planes now aligning on their designated paths. So I follow a bunch of people who are really knowledgeable about the flight radar stuff. If anything is going on with flight radar, which is really abnormal, they will be posting about it. I don't know the flight radar enough to look at it and say what it I don't know what it normally looks like, so I can't look at it now and say, wow, that's really different. But I will let you know if I see any reports of very abnormal things going on the flight radar. Thank you so much to Cyborg King. What I need to do is, hold on a moment as we bring you live coverage. We continue to bring you live coverage as the world waits. I'll say this, I said before, I would expect if the attack's going to happen, we might hear about airspace closures before, or maybe Israel will warn its citizens to get to shelters. But who knows? Maybe in the past, Iran has been more concerned with not causing damage to Israel or something. In the past, maybe Iran was more concerned with looking like it was doing something than actually causing significant damage. But I do think there's a chance that this time, Iran really thinks it needs to do something serious that will damage Israel to create a deterrent effect. So that Israel will think twice about doing stuff like assassinating the Hamas leader while he's in Tehran. So if that's the case, maybe Iran will, maybe there won't be as much of a warning. Maybe Iran will try to hide it in a way they haven't before. That I don't know. Thanks, Jackie Morgan. I just caught it. The reason the live shot is not full screen is because this live shot is framed in a way that it normally is not. And if I make it full screen, you will lose the bottom. So I have it zoomed in a bit. That way you can see the stuff on the bottom better. All right, real quick, I need to take 1 minute. I need a 1 minute quick break. I'm going to leave this camera up for 1 minute, and I will come back in 1 minute. Steve will be back in 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. It is getting closer to midnight there, guys. Oh my gosh, I have a new camera angle for you. I got a new camera angle for you guys. I'm pretty excited about this one. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. New camera angle coming at you. I think this is a good one. Actually, I have two new ones. AFP has 4 cameras up from Israel right now. Can't show them all at the same time. But I have AP switched to 4 cameras from Israel. So there is the Haifa one, but I'm about to show you a different one. Let me pull the new one up. Oh, hold on. Why did that not work? If this works, I'll do it. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of an issue here switching to it. If I can just switch to it. Sorry, I know you're hearing the wind. I got it. I got the new camera angle. All right, hold on a second here. One moment, please. One moment, please. Let's switch to it now, if I can. Let's switch to that new one for a second. Oops. You know what I'm gonna have to do? Give me a moment. I'm gonna have to just I need about 30 seconds to reset something here. Let me just reset something here. This is gonna pause for a second. The video you're watching right now. It's paused. I'm gonna unpause it in a moment. Give me about 20 more seconds. Once in a while, you got to reset things. All right, that's back. That is back. Get you the live shot. Now that's live. That is live. Now, do I have the other one here? Why is that not working yet? Why is that not working yet? Okay, hold on. Hey guys, here's the new one. Here's the new camera angle. Check this out. That is a shot of Tel Aviv. Wow. Wow. That is northern Tel Aviv. Look at that one. I don't know if there's sound on that one. View of northern Tel Aviv. Let's see, if I stop it, do we hear a difference? Hold on. What I'll do is I'll do this. All right. So now there's no sound. Yeah, this does not have sound on. Oh, hold on. There is sound on this one. There is sound on this one. Should I keep this one up? Do you guys want to keep this one up for a little while? I do feel like we're more likely to see stuff on the Lebanon-Israel one, to be honest. I mean, you might think this looks nicer. Personally, I feel like we're more likely to see the one on the... I mean, what I could do is I could combine them. I could combine them. I'll just make the other one small. Here, the way I got to do this is, so if I do that, what I could do is literally throw that like here. I mean, it's going to be confusing. That's kind of confusing, but the idea is that on the lower right is you can see the on the lower right, you can see the lower right is the Lebanon-Israel border. Hold on, now I got to do this thing. Well, we'll do this for a little bit. How is this going to work? What we're going to do is take this. Ignore that, please. There. Now we got 2 cameras up. So we'll keep an eye on those. I don't know how long we'll have that I really like the Tel Aviv shot. I don't know how long we'll have it for. But anyways. The volume, you're going to hear more volume from the volume is going to be from the small shot, from the border shot. What am I hearing? Am I hearing something from... Hold on. Hang on. I got to turn the... I feel like I'm hearing... I'm going to turn the volume down. I don't know if I'm hearing music or something from the Tel Aviv shot, but I don't want to be playing music. So I'll turn the volume down a little bit. So much wind anyway. I can always turn the volume back up if I need to. Yeah, it was like some kind of, maybe it was like a radio or something like that. I'm not going to bother putting, it's not easy to put a frame around the video. And the problem is I don't want to start spending a lot of time putting frames around things because odds are we'll lose one of the videos soon and then I have to redo everything. So I'm just going to keep it like this. I mean, if I knew I was going to have the videos for hours and hours and hours, I would start putting frames around them. But the videos can come in and out, so I'm just not going to get all into doing that. Oh, flash flood emergency in parts of Florida. National Weather Service Jacksonville says there is a flash flood emergency for some parts of northern Florida. They say between 8 and 12 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 3 to 5 inches are possible. If you are within the warning area, seek higher ground and stay off the roads. This is a life-threatening situation. Flash flood emergency by National Weather Service. It is 11:47 p.m. local time. 11:47, guys. Yes, we have 2 videos going. 2 videos. Hang on a moment here. Thank you to Henning for your support, who thinks Iran is still preparing. That's what Henning thinks. Henning thinks they got jammers and so on from Russia. Thank you also, Russell Bach. Russell, we're still waiting for the attack. That's the update. Thank you, Russell Bach, for your support. Thanks also, our new members, Rise and Ann Callister. And a big thanks to our moderators, Sabrina and Donnie Davio and Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you so much. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Star, Idaho Star. Sorry, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star. I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Nightbot, Papa Bear, Surly Dev. They are all moderating over there on Twitch. And thanks Mochizuki for your support on Twitch, and Relila for your support on Twitch, and Ann Carolyn 0113 for your support on Twitch. And also thanks to our Facebook moderators like Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor, Christina Neal. Thank you for modding on Facebook. See if I can get you any more updates here. AP has an update on the rocket attack, or, Reuters said a couple rockets were fired at a U.S. occupied base in Iraq, a base that the U.S. uses. AP writes, Associated Press says, a base housing U.S. troops in western Iraq was targeted by a missile strike Monday, said Iraqi security officials. No one was injured in the attack. No one was injured in the attack on Ain al-Assad Air Base, said two officials who spoke on condition of anonymity. The U.S. military did not immediately comment, and no group immediately claimed responsibility. In recent weeks, Iranian-backed Iraqi militias have resumed launching attacks on bases housing U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria after a lull of several months, after a strike on a base in Jordan killed 3 American soldiers in late January, prompting a series of retaliatory American strikes. Between October and January, an umbrella group calling itself the Islamic Resistance in Iraq had regularly claimed attacks it said were in retaliation for Washington's support of Israel in the war in Gaza and were aimed at pushing U.S. troops out of the region. So again, Reuters says a couple rockets were launched at this U.S. base, or at this base with U.S. troops in Iraq. AP says it was a missile strike, but AP says no one was injured in the attack. Checking for other updates here. Thanks for your kind words, JL. Just checking for updates, checking some different sources here. Not seeing anything big and new at the moment. Oh, in 2 minutes it'll be midnight. It'll be Tuesday in 2 minutes. Hey, Marty Hagwood, that is very generous of you, Marty Hagwood. That's extremely nice of you. Thank you, Marty, for your support. Marty Hagwood. Thank you also to Matt Danger, our member. Thanks so much to Abdul Karim Saleh for the gift memberships. Thank you so much, Abdul Karim. Very kind of you. Thank you to our new member, Rise. Thank you to Abdullah Al-Shehi. Abdullah Al-Shehi. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. So just to be clear, there's no airspace closures. The Iranian airports are operating normally, they said. We just had an Al Jazeera report about that like a half hour, 45 minutes ago. There was an hours ago, I think it was Bloomberg had said something about some Iranian warning to pilots or something. I'll see if I can find that here. Yeah, like Jerusalem Post had said, we talked about this earlier. Iran issues a flight warning notice to pilots ahead of expected attack on Israel. Iran issued a notice alerting aircraft of dangers en route for the center, west of and northwest of the country, advising aircraft to change their routes. That was a report from Jerusalem Post, but that was hours ago. And more recently, Al Jazeera had a report saying that the Iranian Airports Authority, or whatever it is, said that flights were going to all destinations, I believe. I'd have to find it, but I'm not aware of anything happening at the Iranian airspace that screams this is going to happen right now. Let me put it that way. And the airspace is not closed in Iran. Oh, hang on a second here. But I'll let you know if I hear anything more about that. Oh, so I'm seeing a report of possible injuries in the rocket attack on a rocket attack on a U.S. base in Iraq. Okay, so I'm starting to see a report of injuries. Yeah, so Reuters is reporting that several U.S. personnel were injured in a rocket attack against a base housing U.S. troops in Iraq. The original report we had an AP report which said nobody had been hurt, but now we're hearing several U.S. injuries. Yes, right here. Idris Ali with Reuters. Several U.S. personnel injured in rocket attack against base housing U.S. troops in Iraq, sources tell Reuters. That's just coming in right now. I don't know what the extent of the injuries is. Just going back to the AP story, AP said that in recent weeks, Iranian-backed Iraqi militias have resumed launching attacks on bases housing U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria after a lull of several months after a strike on a base in Jordan killed 3 American soldiers in late January, prompting a series of retaliatory U.S. strikes. So when Israel started fighting in Gaza in October, you started to have a bunch of attacks, and I believe they might have happened before, but they were happening at the end of last year. There were a bunch of attacks by Iranian-supported militias on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria. And then there was an attack on a base in Jordan, which killed 3 American soldiers in late January. Then the U.S. launched a bunch of strikes on these militias, and then it stopped for a while, but it started again a few weeks ago. And now apparently we have several U.S. personnel injured. But to be clear, this is not like a new thing. It's not like, oh, this has never happened before, that these militias have attacked a U.S. base. This has been going on for months. So I'll try to get you some more updates on that. Yeah, and I'll just to be clear, hold on. Yes, because I wanted to mention, again, I mentioned to Abdullah al-Shehi, who had talked about that story from hours ago about Iran issuing a flight warning notice to pilots. So about an hour ago, Al Jazeera had reported that the Iranian Airports Company says there are no restrictions on flights flying west and northwest of Iran, and flights are operated to all destinations. Okay, let's see if we can get you some more information on this rocket attack on a base in Iraq, which has apparently injured several U.S. troops. Right now, I don't have details on that. I've just seen that Reuters report about it. Hang on a moment here. Al Arabiya has a similar report. Al Arabiya, which is an Arabic language news outlet, although they have an English division, Al Arabiya English, says several Americans have been injured in a suspected rocket attack against U.S. and coalition forces at Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq. Basically the same report as the Reuters report. I don't have details on the injuries. I hope they're okay. When I hear more, I'll let you know more. Hey, Abdul Karim Saleh, that's very kind of you. Thanks for all those gift memberships. Abdul Karim Saleh, that's really kind of you. Thank you. Make sure if somebody gives you a gift membership, you thank them. Also, thanks to Richard D. Cox and Matt Danger, our members. Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to get you more on the U.S. soldiers injured in that rocket attack on a coalition base in Iraq. So look, I mean, this is helpful. There's a Wikipedia article about the attacks. Attacks on U.S. bases in Iraq, Jordan, and Syria during the Israel-Hamas war. Starting on October 17th of last year, and in response to United States support for Israel in the Israel-Hamas war, Iran-backed militias initiated a coordinated series of more than 170 attacks on U.S. military bases and assets in Syria, Iraq, and Jordan. These attacks resulted in injuries to dozens of U.S. service members. In addition, the U.S. has launched multiple counterattacks. And then in February, following U.S. airstrikes in Iraq and Syria, militia attacks against U.S. forces were halted, but in recent weeks they started again. So just to give you some perspective, this rocket attack on al-Assad air base that's not a new thing. That stuff has been going on. The Wikipedia says on November 20th of last year, at the same airbase, al-Assad, 8 U.S. and coalition soldiers were injured from a ballistic missile attack. On January 20th of this year, there were dozens of missiles which injured several U.S. military personnel and an Iraqi service member at the same base. On July 16th, 2 attack drones targeted the base, causing no casualties. So this base in Iraq has been targeted before by Iran-backed militias. Just to get you some perspective on this. NBC is also reporting now, Tom Winter of NBC, same report. Initial indications are that several U.S. personnel have been injured as a result of a suspected rocket attack today on al-Assad air base in Iraq, according to a Department of Defense spokesperson, to Courtney Kube. Haley Britsky, who is with CNN, reports, U.S. defense official confirmed several U.S. personnel were injured in suspected rocket attack on al-Assad air base in Iraq. Base personnel are conducting a post-attack damage assessment, they said. Joe Soul says, who served in the armed forces, thanks Joe for your service. Joe says the attack on al-Assad base is a scary but not uncommon situation, speaking from a year in the country. Interesting, Jen mentioned to me, Faytux News posted that the Hezbollah leader Nasrallah will speak tomorrow at 5 p.m. local time. What will he say? I don't know. But what Faytux News found is a report that the head of Hezbollah will be speaking at a ceremony held to commemorate Fuad Shoker, who was the top Hezbollah commander who was killed by Israel last Tuesday. Did Hezbollah themselves post that? Let me see here if I can find it. But that's a good catch by Faytux. The source for that was Al Manar TV, which is a Lebanese. Yeah, it's Al Manar is owned by Hezbollah. So that's a good source for that. Al Manar TV. So Hezbollah media says that the leader of Hezbollah will be speaking at 5 p.m. local time, which would be 10 a.m. U.S. time. So will he make some big announcement or not? I don't know. I don't know. A good spot by Faytuks News, at Faytuks on X. Faytuks News. It's an account I follow. Good account. Good job, Faytuks. Fox News has a similar report as many other news outlets, saying a U.S. defense official says to Fox News, this is Jennifer Griffin who says this, "We can confirm there was a suspected rocket attack today against U.S. and coalition forces at Al-Assad Air Base, Iraq. Initial indications are that several U.S. personnel were injured. Base personnel are conducting a post-attack damage assessment. We will provide updates as more information becomes available." Same basic report we've heard other places. Just checking a couple different sources here. Hang on a second here. Give me a moment. What is this? Sorry. Why can't I? Yeah, one of the viewers mentioned this. Jerusalem Post has a story. Iran has decided to attack Israel, Foreign Minister Katz says. I mean, I don't really know that that's a really big story, that Iran has decided to attack Israel. I think they'd already decided to attack Israel. Yeah, this story was out hours and hours ago. Iran's message was delivered to Israel by the Hungarian foreign minister. This story was originally released 3 hours ago, and they updated it. Actually, it was released 5 hours ago, and they updated it 2 hours ago. The story basically is that Iran has informed Israel it is going to attack them. But again, I think it's the supreme leader has had it on his website for almost a week that Iran is going to take revenge on Israel. So I don't find that informative. There's nothing about timing. I mean, now maybe if I knew diplomatic procedures, I'd say, oh, well, that step would only happen this many hours before the attack. But I don't know that, and it doesn't say that in the article. I'm just checking some different sources trying to get you updates here. Thank you to our new members, Anonymous Nobody, Aries Energy Goddess, Joanna Van Dyke, and thanks for Joanna for the gift membership. I appreciate that. We're bringing you live coverage. No attack so far tonight. It is 12:24 a.m. Israel time. 12:24 a.m. Israel time. Our viewer Clayton Fells messaged me and thinks Iran could use a sleeper cell because he thinks it would be hard for projectiles to do damage to Israel. Clayton Fells. Thanks, Clayton, for writing in. Look, something we should consider is whether Iran would try some sort of unconventional way of striking, of damaging Israel. I don't know for sure that they'll do the typical, something similar to what they did in April. So it's an interesting comment from our viewer Clayton. Or attack something in some other place around the world that's connected to Israel. I do not know. Just going through some of the people send me a lot of messages, so I'm trying to catch up on some of the stuff people have been sending me. Thanks so much to Henning. Henning thinks Israel will be attacked from Syria too. Well, Iran does have militia forces there, so that definitely could happen. Henning thinks Iran got a long-distance jammer from Russia today. I haven't heard that report. I don't know about that. As we said before, Sergei Shoigu, a very high-up official in Russia close to Putin, did visit Iran today. Thank you, Walter Beasley. Walter says, don't be surprised if all of a sudden there's a ceasefire in Gaza as a reward for Iran not retaliating. Now, Walter, I do not see Hamas agreeing to a ceasefire right after Israel assassinated the political leader of Hamas. But I don't know what's going to happen. I'd be surprised, Walter, if that happened. Thank you so much, Walter. A great supporter of our channel. Really appreciate it, Walter. Thank you. Thank you also, Peep, TB God, and Knox Gur 90 for the gift membership. And Anonymous Nobody, and Aries Energy Goddess. There was one point a couple hours ago where sirens started going off on the Israel-Lebanon border stream, but that was a false alarm. Yes, Magnolia Magonia says sirens went off and we all freaked. Yeah, I was kind of nervous. I was quite nervous when that happened. But otherwise, it's been quiet for the most part on the cameras. They went off a couple hours ago. They only went off for like 15 seconds. There was a rocket alert, and then Israel said that the rocket alert was a false alarm. It is 12:31 Eastern time, guys. 12:31. I'm seeing a lot of false information posted today in the chat. Big surprise. I would hope that people can maybe do a little more research before just posting stuff in the chat. Not everything. Seeing something posted once on social media by a random account does not make it true. That is not good sourcing. That is not good sourcing. I'm going to read you this update from Reuters about the U.S. personnel injured in an attack on a rocket attack on a U.S. base. Oh, do I have this here? Hold on a second. Yes, I think I do. Give me a moment. There it is. U.S. personnel wounded in attack against base in Iraq, officials say, from Reuters. Several U.S. personnel were injured in an attack against a military base in Iraq today. 3 U.S. officials told Reuters as concerns in the region mounted following last week's killing of senior members of militant groups Hamas and Hezbollah. The officials, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said the suspected rocket attack took place at Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq. They said they were citing initial information which could change. Base personnel are conducting a post-attack assessment, one of the officials added. 2 Katyusha rockets were fired on Monday at the base in western Iraq, security sources said. One security source said the rockets fell inside the base. Last week, the U.S. carried out a strike in Iraq against individuals U.S. officials said were militants getting ready to launch drones and posed a threat to U.S. and coalition forces. The U.S. is bracing for Iran to make good on its vow to respond to the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh 2 days ago in Tehran, one in a series of killings of senior figures in Hamas as the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza rages. The Pentagon has said it will deploy additional fighter jets and Navy warships to the Middle East as Washington seeks to bolster defenses following threats from Iran and its allies Hamas and Hezbollah. That is the Reuters report on the rocket attack on a base in Iraq where several U.S. soldiers were reportedly injured. trying to get you the latest updates. It is 12:36 a.m. As we mentioned before, and hat tip to Faytux News for finding this, the head of Hezbollah is supposed to speak at 5 p.m. local time on Tuesday. He's going to speak at an event honoring the top Hezbollah general who was assassinated by Israel last week. I don't know what he's going to say. Hey, thank you, Gregory Prim. That's so kind of you, Gregory Prim. Thank you. Also, thanks so much to Jimmy James May. Thanks for your support and your kind words. Jimmy James May. Sometime in the near future, what I'm going to do is, as those of you who have watched these streams know, we've been on the air. Oh, we've been on the air for almost 4.5 hours. So sometime soon, I'm going to eat. What I do is I leave the stream going and I eat. And if there's something big, I can just drop my fork and run back in here. Otherwise, I come back in after I eat, and we keep the coverage going. So the stream isn't going anywhere, but just a heads up that sometime soon I'm going to eat something. Father says that in the area where the sirens were, Israeli citizens there are required to get to the shelter exactly when they hear the alert in areas a bit further in 15 seconds. That might explain why the sirens didn't last long. I just feel like in the past when I've heard rocket sirens, we used to hear them a bunch last winter when we were covering the whole Gaza thing, when that whole started after October 7th. I just felt they lasted longer than that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I felt that the ones to me that we saw during the false alarm a couple hours ago seemed short to me. Maybe I'm misremembering, but those seemed short to me. Thank you, Father, for writing in. Marnie says the other ones lasted longer. I want to mention an article. You guys can go read it if you want. The War Zone, which is it's a good military analysis website, The War Zone. They have an article called Scramble Underway to Prepare for Looming Iranian Retribution Strike on Israel. So I'm not going to read the whole article. I just want to mention a couple things. So one thing they say is they think that how much Israel could accomplish in a quickly launched preemptive strike. How much Israel could accomplish in a quickly launched preemptive attack is highly questionable given how widely Iran has dispersed its missile and drone launching capabilities, which is interesting. Hang on a second here. Give me one moment. Hang on. Give me 1 second here. Give me one moment. Thanks. Give me about 30 more seconds here. Sorry for the delay. Sorry about that. Okay, all good. Everything good. Everything under control. Everything is under control. I just needed to send something real quick. Let me see if I have any updates for you. Thanks for your patience. Yeah, I don't have any updates yet on the U.S. soldiers who've been reported injured in a rocket attack on a U.S. base in Iraq. Several soldiers were reported injured. That's all the information I have right now. No more updates yet on that. It's like the same report everywhere. So if I get more information on that, I'll let you know. It's 12:46, guys. Nothing so far tonight. Charles Lister posted. He is a analyst who focuses on the Middle East. He says that the attack on the base in Iraq was the 219th attack by Iran's proxy forces on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria since last October, and 6 have occurred in the last 3 weeks. Again, Charles Lister says that the rocket attack on the Ain al-Assad base in Iraq was the 219th attack by Iran's proxies on U.S. forces in Syria and Iraq since last October. Faytux News found an article from Haaretz, which gives some predictions. Shout out to Faytux News, F-A-Y at Faytux, F-A-Y-T-U-K-S on X, and in that article, which is currently on Haaretz, it says one of the things it says is that. This was posted this morning. It was posted this morning. It claims that where is it here? It says defense officials predict the attacks will happen soon and focus on military and defense facilities in northern and central Israel. There was another report from some other publication or some other news outlet that it might have been like one of the Israeli channels. I think we read it before, that claimed that the attacks would focus on military targets. I don't know if that's true. Civilian targets would be way more provocative, and it would also risk much greater escalation, I would think, if Iran targeted civilian targets rather than military targets. The Intel Crab posted something I wanted to show you. Intel Crab says, the new NOTAMR posted overnight for portions. Oh, this was from this morning. That's old. But he said, the new NOTAMR posted overnight for portions of central western Iran is related to GPS jamming, not pending military action. So that was from this morning. So I'm not going to worry about this so much. But something I want to point out is There has been no closure of airspace in any country that I'm aware of. Haven't seen any closures of airspace, just to be clear, including Iran. So, sorry, I thought that was a recent post, not this morning, but Intel Crab is a good person to follow anyway, at Intel Crab. But yeah, I mean, that would certainly be something that could suggest imminent action, but there's been no closures of airspace, and there's been no change by Israel in their instructions to civilians. They've given no special instructions to civilians on taking special precautions. So those are two things you might see, which we have not seen. Our viewer LG does not think anything will happen tonight. Thank you, Hemming, by the way. Henning, who says, if things escalate, will Israel be forced to destroy Iran's nuclear bomb research? Before Iran has the opportunity to attack Israel with nuclear bombs. The only way Iran would even... First of all, Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, it is widely believed. Because Israel has said before they would not allow Iran to get nuclear weapons. So the world generally believes that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. Second of all, even if Iran had some secret nuclear weapon, I can guarantee you, I personally think, I guess I can't guarantee you, I would say the only way they would even consider using it is if they thought the state of Iran was at risk of not existing anymore. No country is going to use nuclear weapons lightly. But again, it is not believed that they have nuclear weapons. But yeah, that would be like a thing of last resort, because you would be risking the existence of your country by using it. Now, if you're talking about would Israel launch a strike on Iran at some point if they thought they were close enough to getting a nuclear weapon, it has been put out there. It would be really, really provocative for Israel to do that. It would risk a wider war in the region. So Israel would presumably only do that if they thought there was no other way to prevent Iran from getting nuclear weapons. It would be just a huge, huge deal if they did. So yeah, no one is using nuclear weapons or talking about using nuclear weapons in this situation right now. Thank you so much, Henning. I appreciate it. I appreciate the question. No, I do not have any. One of our viewers said show Tehran cameras. I do not have any access to live cameras from Iran. Those I do not have. I have another little update here from Reuters. U.S. passes message to Iran not to escalate at critical moment for Middle East. Look, from Reuters. U.S. passes message to Iran not to escalate at critical moment for Middle East. The U.S. has been urging countries through its diplomatic engagements to tell Iran that escalation in the Middle East is not in their interest, a State Department spokesperson said today, at what Secretary of State Antony Blinken called a critical moment for the region. Blinken said Washington was engaged in intense diplomacy pretty much around the clock to help calm tensions amid fears Iran is preparing a retaliatory strike against Israel. All parties must refrain from escalation, Blinken said during a signing ceremony with his Australian counterpart in Washington. All parties must take steps to ease tensions. Escalation is not in anyone's interests. It will only lead to more conflict, more violence, more insecurity. Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated in the Iranian capital Tehran last week, an attack that drew threats of revenge on Israel and fueled further concern that the conflict in Gaza was turning into a wider Middle East war, says Reuters. Iran has blamed Israel and said it will punish it. Israeli officials have not claimed responsibility for the killing. Iran backs Hamas, which is at war with Israel and Gaza, and also the Lebanese group Hezbollah, whose senior military commander, Fuad Shukr, was killed in an Israeli strike last week in Beirut. President Biden met today with his national security team, including Blinken, in the White House Situation Room to discuss the latest Middle East developments. Blinken earlier today spoke with the Qatari Prime Minister and Egyptian Foreign Minister on the tensions in the Middle East. A State Department spokesperson, Matthew Miller, said, one of the points of the engagements that we have is to urge countries to pass messages to Iran and urge countries to make clear to Iran that it is very much not in their interests to escalate the conflict, that it is very much not in their interest to launch another attack on Israel. Personally, I don't know that that's going to help, but we'll see. Miller, speaking at a press briefing, did not say definitively whether or not Washington's messages have been disseminated to Iran or through which channel. I would expect some of them would pass that message along and impress that point upon the government of Iran, Miller added. Secretary Blinken, in his remarks, also called for parties to break this cycle of violence and agree to a ceasefire in the Gaza conflict, despite the killing of Haniyeh, who was a key figure in the negotiations between Israel and Hamas. What it comes down to really is all parties finding ways to come to an agreement and not look for reasons to delay or say no, Blinken said. It is urgent that all parties make the right choices in the hours and days ahead. That is from Reuters. Narcos says call Iran for peace. No, there is no good report. The latest internet rumor, based on pretty much nothing, that lots of people start posting instead of realizing it's not based on anything reliable. The latest internet rumor that people keep posting in our chat is that 2 U.S. soldiers have died in Iraq. There is no good reporting on that. There is one post from an account that's like this random Twitter account that's not a news outlet and that's not a reporter that says it. That should not be good enough. You should not see a social media account that's not a reporter and that's not a news outlet that's saying something that nobody else is reporting. And you should not see that and think, wow, that is true. You should think, oh, well, nobody else is reporting this. If it were true, lots of other accounts would be reporting this that are much more reputable and that would have a much better reason to actually know this. So I'm going to assume for the moment that this is false. That's what you should be doing, rather than running to our chat and posting it into the chat. So please try to exercise good judgment before you post stuff like this in our chat and before you believe it in general. If you're going to post stuff in the chat, you have a certain degree of responsibility to do your due diligence. Just cutting and pasting a random post on the internet is not doing your due diligence. Yes, as our viewer says, Seed Music, chat with great chatting power comes great chatting responsibility. Exactly. Yes, it has been widely reported that the U.S. Defense Department has said that there was a rocket attack on that U.S. defense officials, I believe, have said that there was multiple outlets say there was a rocket attack on a air base in Iraq, and several soldiers got hurt. U.S. soldiers, that is. Hang on a moment here. I'm gonna have to replace my earphones, my earbuds. Yeah, the various articles talking about a rocket attack which hurt some U.S. soldiers at an Iraq base. The various articles quote U.S. officials, say U.S. officials told them. What is this story right here? Let me take out my head. Here, hold on a second. The broadcast is going to pause for a second. You might pause for 2 seconds when I take these out. That's what happens. When I take these out, it pauses. You're going to see a pause. You're going to see a pause. Hold on a second. We're going to pause for 2 seconds. We're going to pause for 2 seconds. Hang on. We haven't paused. Oh, we're about to pause for 2 seconds. We're coming back. We're coming back. Good, good. We're going to pause again in a second when I put them in. Put the other pair in. Okay, we're back. We're back now. I think we're back. Am I hearing or not? Are we not back? Why am I not hearing? No, we're back. I can hear through my headphones. Guys, there's a report from Bloomberg. About comments made by an Iranian spokesperson. Bloomberg says that Iran said it wants to avoid all-out war with Israel. A spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry told reporters, reinforcing stability and security in the region will be achieved by punishing the aggressor and creating deterrence against Israel in its adventurism. That's something that Iran said today. Just to let you know. Also, Bloomberg says that the response to Israel this time might be more fierce than the response in April when Iran launched about 170 drones and over 100 missiles at Israel. Bloomberg thinks that the revenge may be more fierce this time, given the sheer embarrassment of having a foreign dignitary assassinated in the heart of its capital. And something else that Bloomberg says is the options range from another direct attack on Israel, to getting its proxy forces to attack Israel, to hitting Israeli targets across the world. Don't forget about that option. Don't forget about that option. Buck Tasty thinks Ayatollah is a paper tiger, an old man that shakes his fist at the sky. George Tincher says Israel's response might be even more fierce. By the way, unrelated story, Venezuela opens criminal probe against opposition leaders. Just to let you know. Much evidence suggests that Maduro, the dictator in Venezuela, declared himself the winner of the election, even though he lost by an enormous amount. The United States government has already said that the opposition won the election, and they recognize the opposition as the winners of the election. But the Venezuela's Attorney General said his office will launch a criminal investigation into opposition leaders Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez. And they say the government says the investigation is over, quote, inciting police and military officials to disobey the law. The opposition leaders had earlier Monday published a letter calling for security forces to stand by the people and respect the results of the election they say they won. So just a heads up about that. I don't know if that means they're going to try to arrest the opposition figures or what. MNJ thinks they're getting arrested. That's why I bring it up. It might be a prelude to trying to arrest them. All right, what I am going to do, I think, is take 5 minutes. It's 1:11 a.m. I'm going to take 5 minutes. Hey, thanks to Painting Services by Steve. And Xander Hatmaker. Iran posted times up. I have not seen that. Even if they did, they do post a lot of rhetoric or put out a lot of rhetoric, threatening rhetoric. So I'm not going to read too much into that, but I don't even know where that was. Feel free to message me on X and let me know where that was. I haven't seen that. But thank you, Xander Hatmaker. And Panda 3000. And J Spike. And Sandy. Yeah, Sandy, I mentioned it a number of times. Thank you, Sandy. I appreciate that about the rocket attack. I also posted it on my X account as well. So thank you so much, Sandy. Yes, there was a rocket attack in Iraq, and several U.S. soldiers at an air base, and several U.S. soldiers were injured, and that's what we know right now. And there have been rocket attacks. There have been attacks on U.S. soldiers in Iraq and Syria going back to last October. I'll let you know if we get more details. Hey, so what I'm going to do is, oh, by the way, Joe Truzman. Joe, I follow Joe for Middle Eastern stuff. Joe says an Iraqi group identified as Al-Tharun claims responsibility for attacking the Al-Assad base in western Iraq with drones and missiles on Monday evening. I've heard different reports. I've heard a report that it was a missile attack. I've heard that it was a rocket attack. Joe's hearing a drones and missiles attack. So, anyways, what I'm going to do, I need to take 5 minutes. I need to take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. So let me do that, and then I'll come back in 5 minutes, okay? But we've been on the air about 5 hours right now, and I haven't eaten. And I haven't eaten. So I just need to do that, or it's not going to be pretty. All right. Give me 5 minutes. I'm coming right back. I'll leave the footage up for you. Turn the volume up a bit. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. You'll hear some wind. There's the Israel-Lebanon border shot. It's windy there. All right. I'll be back. I'll leave the footage up. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks for your patience, everyone. I have put food. Oh, it's loud. Windy. Windy. I have put food in the air fryer, which I will be eating soon. So we are bringing you live coverage here. And no Iranian attack tonight so far. It's 1:21 a.m. I do not know if President Biden is still meeting with his. I would assume he's not. I would assume he's not still in the Situation Room, because that was several hours ago that meeting started. But I don't know for sure. The wind you hear is not from the Tel Aviv camera. It's from the Israel-Lebanon border camera. And the actual wind, I looked up the wind of a city, the wind speed I looked up the weather of a city where that is, and it wasn't that windy. It was like 8 miles an hour. But I think that camera might be like on an elevated place where they get more wind. Thank you, Gabriel Morrow. The camera is near like Kiryat. I always forget it. It's like Kiryat Shimona or something like that. But again, yeah, Kiryat Shimona, Israel is where it's near. But I think the wind where the camera is higher than the wind in the city there. Thanks also to the Sherry 1955. Let me do a quick check and make sure I don't have any updates for you. Again, Joe Truzman, who I follow from Middle East News, he says that an Iraqi group identified as Al-Thawr Yun claims responsibility for attacking the Ain al-Assad base in western Iraq with drones and missiles on Monday evening. The attack resulted in several injured U.S. personnel. A quick thanks, by the way, to our moderators who are moderating. I really appreciate it. Kay Lowry Body has been there over there on Facebook. Thanks, Kay. And I hope I'm not missing other people there right now. Thank you to Kay for moderating right now over on Facebook. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you. And also thanks for the support on Twitch to Rogan Mitch and Shaggy and Lil Pinkus. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Also our YouTube moderators, Sabrina, Cynthia Moon, Ruth Krafasi. Big thanks to all of our moderators. And Linda Belk and Larry, our moderators on X. And thanks for your support to Child of God 74. Thank you. So we're bringing you the latest updates. I'm going to be eating shortly, but we'll keep the stream going. We have some live shots from Israel, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, one of our viewers, Daryl, sent me a video that supposedly was posted by Iran. like a threatening video that says time is up. I don't really know the real deal behind it, but again, Iran posts a lot of threatening stuff to Israel. So just because they post a video, I'm not going to, if that's true that they posted that video, I'm not sure about that right now. I'm not really reading much into that in terms of timing because Iran often makes big threats towards Israel. Give me one moment here. Give me about 20 seconds. I'll be back in 20 seconds. That was about 20 seconds, right? Yeah. Once I eat, I'll have a little more energy. When it's been too long, I need to eat something. I don't know that there's an Iran Telegram channel. If somebody knows of the Iran Telegram channel, let me know. I wasn't aware that they had an official Telegram channel. Yes, as my channel says, Iran likes to taunt Israel. We have not seen any flares tonight. A few rocket siren alerts earlier. At one point, the sirens went off for about 15 seconds, but that was a false alarm. But I'm checking all kinds of different sources. Israeli sources included, and Arabic language news outlets as well. Oh, I have an update from the White House about the meeting. Hang on a second. About the security meeting, I think. No, it's not there. I thought it would be there. I just saw like a press release, but now I don't see it there. Anyways, maybe Al Jazeera got it earlier. It looked like Al Jazeera had some sort of White House statement about the security meeting, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I think we should be seeing that. I think some press have that. Yes, so CGTN must have got it. They're like a Chinese outlet, CGTN America. But I think they got some sort of press release. It says, White House says Biden and Harris briefed by National Security Team on threats posed by Iran and its proxies. That makes it sound like the meeting is over. I'm guessing at some point soon the White House will actually post that announcement. But I haven't seen it yet. Hassel DeHoff says, what if Iran attacks during the day? Why only at night? They could attack during the day. I mean, one thought I had is maybe they want to attack at night because they want to minimize the possibility of civilian casualties. Some other people think that in the chat have said that they think that maybe you could make it easier, make it harder to shoot down the projectiles. I don't know about that. Maybe that's true. So, but there's, I mean, I certainly haven't said and don't know that that they will definitely attack at night. If they attack during the day and I find out, I'll come on the air and cover it. But we shouldn't feel, I mean, I think, you know, in terms of a lot of times these type of attacks do happen at night, but they don't have to. I mean, the April one was at night, and then when Israel retaliated against them in April, that was at night. I don't remember the April attack time. I just remember it being like around afternoon Eastern time. So it makes me think around midnight Iran time or something, or midnight Israel time. But I don't remember exactly. But we'll be covering it. You never know. It's 1:30. You know, it's not. It's they could attack at any time of day or night, and I would not be surprised. We'll just have to see what happens. Okay, hang on a moment here. So what I'm going to do is. Oh, President Biden posted on his social media. Look, guys. Right there. I'm going to read you what President Biden said. Earlier, the Vice President and I were briefed on the situation in the Situation Room on developments in the Middle East. We received updates on threats posed by Iran and its proxies, diplomatic efforts to de-escalate regional tensions, and preparations to support Israel should it be attacked again. We also discussed the steps we are taking to defend our forces and respond to any attack against our personnel in a manner and place of our choosing. So that is the statement from the White House, from President Biden. And here's a picture he posted of the meeting where you see him and the vice president there in the meeting, in the Situation Room. So the meeting is over. Okay. Oh, Fatux found that Reuters is saying at least 5 personnel were injured, one of them seriously. That's a Reuters report that Fatux News found. I'll show you that in a second. Hold on. So again, Fatux News found a report by Reuters that said at least 5 U.S. personnel were injured in the attack against a military base in Iraq, and they said 2 rockets were fired at the air base in western Iraq. And in the article, it claims one of the wounded Americans was seriously injured. That's what the Reuters article claims. Well, I hope they're all okay. Well, I hope that seriously injured one especially is okay. But that is a new report from Reuters saying that 5 were injured and 1 seriously in that attack on a base housing U.S. and coalition troops in Iraq. All right, what I'm going to do is the following. I'm going to leave these streams up on the screen. I'm going to go eat my food because I haven't eaten. I'm going to eat my food. I will leave the streams up. If anything big happens at all while I am eating, I will immediately stop eating and come in here and report on it. So I will be right here, right next to here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm in the next room. I'll be eating my food. And if anything big happens, I will run in right away and stop eating and start reporting. Otherwise, I will finish my food and then come back in and we will continue. I will continue reporting. Okay? So hang out in the chat. Hang out with the moderators. Thanks, by the way, to Tia Marie, our new member. I will leave these streams up and I'm going to go eat. Oh, I got to take out my headphones. Let me do that. When I do that, everything's going to pause for a second. Things will pause for a second. Things are going to pause for a second. You know that happens when I take out my headphones. Hang on. We're still here. We're still here. We're still live. We're still live. We're still live. 1:37 a.m. All right, so I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit. It's going to be a little windy. The wind is coming from the Israel-Lebanon border camp. Okay, so let me go eat. I will be watching the streams myself while I'm eating, and either I'll be back after I eat, or something will happen during I eat, and I'll come back before I finish. Okay, so I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Oh, let me put up the message on the screen. Steve is eating. He'll be back shortly. There you go. Okay. So, thanks for your patience. I will see you after I eat.
escrito que el presidente del Consejo Nacional Electoral y consigna ante el Tribunal Supremo de Justicia corresponde a la sentencia número 026 de esta manera. El doctor Amoroso, presidente del Consejo Nacional Electoral, consigna este documento requerido por la presidenta
al presidente del Consejo Nacional Electoral y a sus rectores comparecencia a este acto. Se deja constancia de la recepción del escrito y sus anexos por el referido órgano electoral en el horario de despacho habilitado por esta sala electoral para la presente causa de conformidad con lo establecido en la sentencia antes referida. Ciudadana secretaria, sírvase agregar a los autos escritos y los anexos consignados el día de hoy. Se declara terminado el acto.
observan a través de la televisión. Es parte de la información que se genera a esta hora desde la sala electoral del Tribunal Supremo de Justicia, donde el día de hoy el presidente del Consejo Nacional Electoral ha consignado justamente estos escritos ante esta sala electoral. Con estas imágenes nosotros retomamos el contacto a los estudios de Venezolana de Televisión. Adelante.
Agradecemos a Baker Díaz desde el Tribunal Supremo de Justicia con la entrega de la documentación que
Hello, everyone. Excuse me. Thank you so much for your patience. I have eaten. I feel a bit better now because I ate. And we are back. And I'm going to get my headphones on. I gotta get some more water in a second. I might have to get some more water. Hold on, I'm just grabbing some more water. I ran out of water. Hold on. Okay, thanks for your patience. I need to put my headphones on, so give me a second to put my headphones on. I think we're good. I think we're good. Can I hear? Yes. Okay. So we still have our two shots. We have one shot from Tel Aviv, northern Tel Aviv. We have another camera shot from the Israel-Lebanon border. And let me get caught up here. Let me get caught up. Thank you watching. Thank you, Gabriel Morrow, for your support. Gabriel Morrow. Oh, did they switch it? I'm sorry. Did so I was only, I didn't notice that. Did this feed switch to Venezuela temporarily? Is that what happened? How long did that? I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice. What happens is AFP, sometimes they will interrupt to show something else. Oh, 3 minutes? Okay, because I was checking. What did it show in Venezuela? They showed a courtroom? They must have showed some kind of, I can probably figure it out. Let me figure it out. I want to know what they showed. Okay. I can show it. Yeah, it was somebody signing documents. All right. It was like a, okay. All right. That's fine. I'm sorry about that. I didn't even know. I had no idea. Yeah, but I have the rights to what they showed, because it's still coming from AFP. No, I'm glad you let me know, because it's the thing. I'd really want to know if they showed something I didn't have the rights to, but I have the rights to what they showed. So anyways, thank you for letting me know. All right, it is 2:27. So far, no is Iranian attack tonight. The latest update on the attack on the hold on a second here. Sorry, give me one moment. Let me just pull up something here. Yeah, so I had read you before I ate what the latest was on there was a attack on a base in Iraq, which those kind of attacks have been happening. Attacks on U.S. troops in Syria and Iraq have been happening since last October. Apparently over a couple hundred times, according to Charles Lister. But that is something that has been happening a lot. Then it stopped for a little while, and now it's happening again. So that's not a new thing tonight. There was an attack on a base in Iraq which houses some U.S. forces, and several U.S. forces were injured. So I'll read you what Reuters says. U.S. personnel wounded in an attack against base in Iraq. Presumably they were carried out by some sort of pro-Iranian militia, Iranian-supported militia. At least 5 U.S. personnel were injured in an attack against a military base in Iraq on Monday, U.S. officials told Reuters, as the Middle East braced for a new possible new wave of attacks by Iran and its allies following last week's killing of senior members of militant groups Hamas and Hezbollah. 2 Katyusha rockets were fired at Al-Assad Air Base in western Iraq, 2 Iraqi security sources said. 1 Iraqi security source said the rockets fell inside the base. It was unclear whether the attack was linked to threats by Iran to retaliate over the killings. On Wednesday, Iran said the U.S. bears responsibility in the assassination of Hamas leader Haniyeh in Tehran because of its support for Israel. The U.S. officials who spoke to Reuters said one of the wounded Americans was seriously injured. The casualty count was based on initial reports, which could still change, they said. Base personnel are conducting a post-attack damage assessment, one of the officials added. Last week, the U.S. carried out a strike in Iraq against individuals U.S. officials said were militants getting ready to launch drones and pose a threat to U.S. and coalition forces. The U.S. has been watching to see if Iran would make good on its vow to respond to the killing of Haniyeh 2 days ago in Tehran, one in a series of killings of senior figures in the Palestinian militant group as the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza rages. The Pentagon has said it will deploy additional fighter jets and Navy warships in the Middle East as Washington seeks to bolster defenses following threats from Iran and its allies Hamas and Hezbollah. A rare ally of both the U.S. and Iran, Iraq hosts 2,500 U.S. troops and has Iran-backed militias linked to its security forces. It has witnessed escalating tit-for-tat attacks since the Israel-Hamas war erupted in October. Iraq wants troops from the U.S.-led military coalition to begin withdrawing in September and to formally end the coalition's work by September 2025, Iraqi sources have said, with some U.S. forces likely to remain in a newly negotiated advisory capacity. Baghdad has struggled to rein in Iran-backed armed groups that have attacked U.S. forces there and in neighboring Syria dozens of times since October 7th. All right, so that's a report from Reuters on the attack on the base in Iraq. But I want to emphasize that is not a new thing that is happening now. Those, as you just heard in the article, it said since last October, U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria have been attacked dozens of times by Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria. Let me get caught up here. Oh, we have a new report from the Institute for the Study of War. Oh, is it about Iran? It's about Russia. Do they have one about Iran today? Let's see. Let's see if they have one about Iran. I would want to check that out. I don't know if they'll do a new Iran one today. No, there's no new Iran update yet from Institute for the Study of War. Maybe they'll have one. They posted one yesterday. We might talk about that a little bit. 2:35 a.m. Israel time. Natasha Millman says they have to sit and wait. What a horrible thing to be going through. Lishaft doesn't think that the attack will happen before the Hezbollah leader Nasrallah speaks tomorrow. He is supposed to speak at 5 p.m. local time at an event honoring the oh no, that's it. I'm sorry. Lishaft wasn't talking about that. Hang on. First of all, Lishaft was talking about something else. The leader of Hezbollah is supposed to speak tomorrow at 5 p.m. local time at an event honoring the Hezbollah commander, top Hezbollah commander, who was assassinated by Israel last week. And then what Lishaft was talking about is Faytuck's News said foreign ministers will gather on Wednesday for an extraordinary meeting at the Organization of Islamic Cooperation requested by Iran to discuss the continued Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people, including Haniyeh's killing. Yeah, I don't know that meeting, that Iran would feel like it has to wait for that meeting. I mean, maybe they would. It doesn't scream out to me like, oh, they will definitely not attack before that. So I don't know. Lishaft thinks they'll wait till after that. I have no idea. Brandon Johnson, our viewer, says, do you think we will see the initial attack in real time? Just feels like last time the U.S. and Israel intelligence will see the rockets coming in advance, or was last time known in advance because Iran basically announced when they were attacking? Well, last time, Iran launched most of the projectiles, the drones and missiles were launched from Iran. And the drones take hours to get there. So as the Institute for the Study of War said, launching drones from Iran at Israel, you give Israel and its partners hours to shoot them down. The Institute for the Study of War said, if Iran instead had Hezbollah launch drones from right across the border with Israel, well, then it would be more difficult for them to shoot down because they would only have minutes to do so, not hours. So I don't know if allies had Israel and the U.S. and others had other advance warning, but with the drones, it's literally just and cruise missiles. It just takes a while for them to get from Iran to Israel, so it's built-in warning time. But if more weapons are fired from, say, Lebanon and Syria and Iraq, that's going to take less time to get to Iran. So we'll see if they change their strategy at all. But I can't speak to what other telegraphing might have happened last time and whether that might happen again. Thank you, Brandon, for writing in. Yeah, I saw some rumors online claiming that there might have been a second attack on a base in Iraq. That's just online rumors right now. I don't see reliable sourcing on that. I'll certainly let you know if there's better sourcing floating around on that. Oh, where is this coming from? Al Jazeera says Jim Himes, who's a Democrat in the House Intelligence Committee, said missiles fired from South Lebanon do not have enough time to intercept them. When did Jim Himes say that? Is he like giving a press conference? Interesting. I don't know where that's said. Maybe he's giving some kind of interview right now. I don't know where he is, Jim Himes, but he's being quoted by Al Jazeera. Maybe he's on TV somewhere. What happened to the sound on this? We're hearing less wind, I feel like, on the Israel-Lebanon border shot than we were before. The New York Times reported something. I don't know if it's true. They said I reposted about this while I was eating. Jason Brodsky found this. But the New York Times said that Russia has started delivering radars and air defense equipment to Iran. Now, I don't know if Russia has a lot of extra of that, because I would think they'd be using that stuff in fighting in their invasion of Ukraine. But again, the New York Times is claiming that they say that two Iranian officials told them that Iran requested and Russia started delivering advanced radars and air defense equipment. So, I don't know what to tell you about that. Sergei Shoigu, who is one of a Russian government official very close to Putin, visited Iran today. Philip Weedle thinks Iran ain't gonna do squat. Oh, Stephanie Bradley mentioned that city of Charleston has a curfew tonight. That's interesting. Thanks, Stephanie. City of Charleston, South Carolina said they have issued a curfew for 11 p.m. Thoroughfares leading into the peninsula will be closed from 11 p.m. till noon. National Weather Service is predicting 10 to 12 inches of rainfall beginning at midnight. That's from City of Charleston. It's Charleston, South Carolina. From the storm. I don't know if it's still a hurricane or just a tropical storm right now. I don't even know. I'm not going to spend much time on that right now. Tropical storm Debbie right now. So I'm just getting caught up here. I have an update on the rocket attack at the Iraqi military base from Associated Press. Several U.S. personnel were injured in a suspected rocket attack at a military base in Iraq, U.S. defense officials said Monday, in what has been a recent uptick in strikes on American forces by Iranian-backed militias. And they said the U.S. was looking into reports of a possible second attack at the base. The attack comes as tensions across the Middle East are spiking following the killings last week of a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon and Hamas's top political leader in Iran in suspected Israeli strikes. Both groups are backed by Iran. The U.S. defense officials said troops at Al-Assad Air Base were still assessing the injuries and damage, and it appeared as many as 7 military troops and civilians were injured. Earlier Monday, Iraqi security officials confirmed the attack, but no group has claimed responsibility. Well, there is one group that's claimed responsibility because I know Joe Trusman had reported that, so I posted that on my X account. I reposted Joe. The official spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss military operations. The White House said the president and vice president were briefed on the attack. In recent weeks, Iranian-backed Iraqi militias have resumed launching attacks on bases housing U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria after a lull of several months, following a strike on Jordan in late January that killed 3 American soldiers and prompted a series of retaliatory U.S. strikes. Between October and January, an umbrella group calling itself the Islamic Resistance in Iraq had regularly claimed attacks that it said were in retaliation for Washington's support of Israel in its war against Hamas in Gaza and were aimed at pushing U.S. troops out of the region. So that is an update on the Iraq base attack. Reuters reports oil prices rise over $1 on mounting concerns over Middle East supply. Oil prices rose in early Asian trading on Tuesday, reversing the previous session's loss as concerns that an escalating Middle East conflict could hit supplies outweighed fears of a possible U.S. recession that could hurt demand in the world's top oil consumer. Thank you, Lumi, for your support. Lumi says Iran launches 1 rocket, then everything's back to normal. Lumi, you think it's going to be 1 rocket? I think it'll be more than that. Thank you, Lumi, for your support. Thank you also, Stewie789, for your support. And Natasha Millman, thank you. And Senator Funstein, who says, are we talking missiles or what modalities of attack are experts saying this could be? Well, the Iranian attack in April involved drones, ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles. So those would be 3 possibilities. I mean, if you're not talking that, then you'd have to be talking about some sort of different type of attack. But if it's going to be similar to the one in April, then it would be likely some combination of drones and missiles. But who knows? Maybe they'll do something else. They could attack targets outside of Israel, for example. Now we lost sound. Where do we lose sound from? Oh no, we're fine. We got the sound back. The sound is from the Israel-Lebanon border stream. Latu thinks it'll be completely different. The Chaparral Fox talks about cyber attacks. I mean, I think a common belief is that they might try something like they did in April, just adjusted. Hey, NBC News said they might launch attacks over several days. There's that possibility too. There was an interesting article I saw about if there was actually like a war between Hezbollah in Lebanon and Israel, and how bad that would be. Maybe I can pull that up right now and I just wanted to mention a couple things from it. Hang on, let me just sign in here. You can reach me at @Lookner on X. That is where you can reach me, @Lookner on X. Give me one moment here. One moment, please. The FP, which is a foreign policy magazine, they have an article called "A Hezbollah War Would Be Israel's Biggest Challenge in Decades." They mean an actual war between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. One thing they say is if the conflict broadens, Hezbollah's massive rocket and missile arsenal and hardened military forces would pose a major threat to Israel, with the disruption likely to be far more massive than Israel has experienced in decades, even including the October 7th attack. They talk about how Hezbollah has between 120,000 and 200,000 rockets and missiles. They also talk about how Hezbollah has some of the most skilled fighters in the Middle East. Hezbollah is much more militarily powerful than Hamas was. Thank you, by the way, to Katya T. and Min Her. Thank you. Thank you, Genjar. Genjar says, will Iran attack with drones, fighters, or artillery? I don't think they'd have Iran's quite far away from Israel, so if they were going to use artillery, they would have to have their partners, their proxy forces use it, who are closer to Israel. But I have not seen any suggestion that Iran would use artillery. In such an attack. I don't know if that's just because, like, there's a good chance the artillery would get blown up, or it just wouldn't. The chances of it doing significant damage aren't that high. So I don't. It's an interesting question, but maybe it's a question of just like it would get attacked. Anna says, I think the last time Iran fired rockets was at 3 a.m. Yeah, I mean, since we've been on the air, I don't think there's been any confirmed rocket firings. There were a few drones that came from Hezbollah early in the stream. But I don't know that there's been any confirmed rocket firings while we've been on the air. Armistat says, how can they be skilled if they have not fought anyone? On the contrary, Hezbollah fighters have lots of fighting experience, which that article in FP talks about. It talks about how they fought since the early 80s. They fought the Israeli military. They pushed the Israeli military out of Lebanon in 2000. In 2006, they fought a 34-day war against the Israeli military. They intervened in the Syrian civil war almost from the start. They did a lot of fighting there. The article also says that Israel has highly skilled fighters too, and a technologically more advanced army. But they're just talking about how it would be a war with Hezbollah. Again, what the article says is, the article actually says a war would be disastrous for both sides. Again, you can look at that at foreignpolicy.com. Sarcasm thinks a war now would be very scary for Israel. Hezbollah has a lot of training at their hands and data. Hang on a moment here. I don't know if the audio seemed to kind of get messed up from for whatever reason. We're not really hearing the wind anymore. There is some audio on this. I don't know on the Iran-Lebanon border stream. It's almost like the camera's inside, or I don't know if there's an issue with the microphone, maybe, but we're not really getting the audio that we were getting from this. We're getting something. I can actually hear a bit of wind if I turn it up, but so we are hearing some wind. Not as loud as before. Mo deGrasse says Mo deGrasse thinks Iran will lob a few missiles to save face. But it was a surgical attack on a legit target. They won't go ham over that. I don't think Iran thinks it was legit to assassinate the leader of Hamas in Tehran while he was a guest of the Iranian government for the Iranian president's inauguration and staying at an Iranian secure government facility. I don't know that Iran would agree with you that that was legit. Tough to Snuff thinks Iran is showing weakness the longer it takes. Bastard says doing it in Iran was a flex for sure. It is now 3:03 a.m. Any chance that Iran would launch an attack just this late at night? I have no idea. Some of you think no. John Doerr thinks war is coming. Rachel says, any chance they would do so during the day? Don't know. I have no idea when it's going to happen. Personally, I do not know. But they could. Did I thank Earth Citizen 3? Thanks, Earth Citizen 3, for your support. And Min Her. Oh, David Wilsey, I didn't before. Thanks. Thanks, David Wilsey. And thank you to Mark Lewandowski. Thank you, Mark, our new member. Excuse me. I think I need to look at I think I need to go over Institute for the Study of War report. I like to discuss that. Jagged Glass says, not till after Hezbollah leader speaks tomorrow. Danny G says, this continues to be unpredictable. I'm going to mention this report yesterday from the Institute for the Study of War, which I really like, which is a research organization which does military analysis. It's ISW, understandingwar.org, understandingwar.org. They post these updates about Iran and Ukraine and other hostilities going on. So I really like their analysis, and I will post the link to this article in the chat that I'm about to look at. And I appreciate them letting me talk about their articles with you. But what they said is, yesterday, they believe Iran and its axis of resistance will most likely conduct a coordinated large-scale drone and missile attack on Israel in response to Israel's killing Hamas Political Bureau Chairman Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. They say that we previously outlined this scenario as one of the most dangerous courses of action that Iran could pursue. So that's what they believe will happen. A large-scale coordinated drone and missile attack. They say Iranian state media reported yesterday that Iran would conduct an operation which reportedly would involve Lebanese Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iranian-backed Iraqi militias conducting coordinated strikes on Israel at the same time as Iranian forces. The Institute for the Study of War says Iran in the axis of resistance will probably conduct an attack that is more escalatory than the drone and missile attack that Iran conducted against Israel in April 2024. Iran and its allies fired around 170 one-way attack drones in April, 120 ballistic missiles, and 30 cruise missiles. Iran designed this strike package of over 300 projectiles to inflict serious damage on Israel and sought to thereby establish deterrence, but the U.S., Israel, and their allies intercepted the vast majority of projectiles so that the Iranian attack did significantly less damage than Tehran intended. That is what the Institute for the Study of War said. And then they said Iran could modify the 2024 April attack model in at least 4 ways to increase the likelihood of inflicting serious damage on Israel. They said Iran could increase the volume of projectiles, change the number of locations it targets, could simultaneously attack U.S. forces, and also conduct a series of drone and missile attacks over several days. One thing they said is Iran could fire more drones and missiles from Iranian territory, or what they could do is they could actually instruct their proxy and partner militias across the Middle East to fire more drones and missiles. Drones and missiles fired from Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria would be much harder to intercept than those launched from Iran, given the shorter distances and flight times to Israel. U.S. and Israeli forces would have significantly less time than they did in April to intercept those projectiles. Something to keep in mind. They also said Iran and its allies could fire multiple volleys over an extended period in the next attack. Stretching attacks over this period could enable Iran in the axis of resistance to learn and adjust their attacks as they observe how successful each volley is. That's according to Institute for the Study of War. Understandingwar.org. It is 3:12. It's 3:12 right now, guys. 3:12. The world waits to see what will happen. 3:12, Tuesday morning. Birdbee says it's a psychological attack. Hey, thank you to Marek Lewandowski for being a new member and Muted Growl for being a new member. Thank you. Thank you, Chris and Melissa from Florida, who are watching. Thank you for watching from there. Deontay from Germany says, what do you think will happen when Iran makes big damage in Israel? Well, I don't know that they will, but if they will, then Israel will feel like they have to respond to Iran and attack Iran. I think they will adjust their attack depending on how much damage the Iranian attack does. Thank you, Deontay, for watching in Germany. And Lautaro is watching from Uruguay. Hello, Lautaro. Merck believes that the U.S. Embassy is near the white building behind and to the right of the tall building you're showing. Maybe that's true. I'm not sure. I would have to look it up on Google Maps. You're looking at northern Tel Aviv. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Hang on. I'm trying to look at a map of Tel Aviv and figure out where we are. I can't though. Oh, is this right near the beach? Is this right near the beach here? Is the beach to the, is the water to the left on this shot? So this shot is looking north, I guess. Maybe that's what it is. I'm looking on Google Maps. Cozy Raccoon says beach is on the left. Matt in Israel says, yes, I am from Tel Aviv. So I believe it's looking north with the water to the left. I hear some people cheering. Are they partying? Hear that? Hear the people yelling? Oh, it sounds like it's birds. I think it might be birds. It may be birds. Is that coyotes? What is that? Coyotes? Coyotes? That's from Israel-Lebanon border. That's from the border. Seagulls? That's what seagulls sound like? Didn't sound like seagulls to me. That's coming from the border stream. I don't know what that was. You know what? I figured out exactly where this camera is. I figured out exactly where the camera is. The embassy, the U.S. embassy is right. It's like right. It's right, like right next to the camera, basically. So let me show you guys where this camera is. I figured it out. So if I go to Google Maps here, that's the building right. That's the building right there. This building. See how the building is it's kind of diagonal and it's got kind of like a step pattern here. That's the white building in the shot. That's it. That building there, that big building in front of us, is right here. Then there's the water, and then the U.S. Embassy branch in Tel Aviv is right here, like a couple blocks away or whatever, a block away. But that's the building right here. And then it's in northern Tel Aviv, where that marker is. But that's the place. Hey, I figured it out. I figured it out. You know, we're getting a little, what I'm going to do, give me about 20 seconds or so. What I need to do is we're getting some little static on the sound, and I just need to reset something. So what's going to happen is that video is going to freeze. The video is going to freeze for, not me, but the video is going to freeze, like the Israel video. But in about 20 seconds, I'll have it restarted. So that's why you're not hearing sound right now. The video is going to freeze. But I'll just, when I restart it, it should take care of that staticky sound. Hang on, I'm going to get it posted to you right now. One moment here, guys. One moment. Better. Better. We're good to go. We're good to go. Everything's good. Everything's good. 322, guys. 322. Jim's Bagel says it's not happening tonight, is it? What can I tell you? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does. Maybe Iran thinks nobody will expect it at 5 in the morning or something. I don't know. Thank you, Rye Boy, for your support. And Pete, our new member, Pete. Danielle Murphy says, could you imagine living your life like this, just waiting? Seeing if I have any updates for you here. what I'm going to do is, hang on. Guys, I just need to take 1 minute. I'm going to take 1 minute. I will be back in a minute, and I'll leave this up, and we'll continue our coverage in a minute. Thank you for your patience. What I might do is I might check around some different news outlets. Sometimes these different news outlets will post articles, and they just have stuff in them that you didn't realize was there, like updates. So if you give me a second, I'm going to check some different news outlets here and see what we see. Our viewer Nibiru says they will probably wait till after the Olympics. Oops. NBC News says that over the weekend, a senior Israeli official told them that Israel was preparing for a potential multi-day attack by Iran and Hezbollah. And NBC News says the Israelis believe that any retaliatory attacks are likely to be launched by high-level members of the so-called Axis of Resistance, Iranian proxies or allies in Lebanon, Gaza, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. Also, NBC News talked to Berku Ozsilik, a senior research fellow with Royal United Services Institute, a think tank, who said that the killings of Haniyeh and Shukr dealt a blow to the prestige and self-authorizing power of these groups, which have long boasted of wielding military might and battle-proven status. Nutsy says maybe Iran forgot. Yes, 3:33. It is 3:33. I just checked out a couple more articles, didn't see much there. The Wall Street Journal said yesterday, Secretary of State Blinken, Sunday, told other foreign ministers that Iran could attack Israel within 24 to 48 hours. Well, it's after 24 hours. Wall Street Journal also says an Arab diplomat said an Iranian official had said on Monday that an attack could occur imminently within the next 48 hours. Um, the Washington Post says the Biden administration informed U.S. lawmakers that Iran's retaliatory strikes may happen as early as Monday or Tuesday. People familiar with the matter told the Washington Post. Thanks to our new member, Broku. Thank you. Thank you, Adi Chevris. Adi, on Google Maps, it describes the building near here as the U.S. Embassy branch office. That is how it's described as on Google Maps, U.S. Embassy branch office. As Addy says, the U.S. Embassy Israel is in Jerusalem. Big thanks to our moderators, by the way. I really appreciate it. Linda Belk and Larry over there on X. And Sarah55, Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. And Paul Anderson, thank you. Raven Lynn, thank you. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire. Mark and NC, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much to our moderators. Big thanks to you. And thanks Tippinon44 for subscribing on Twitch. Al Jazeera claims, now I haven't seen this from Reuters, Al Jazeera claims that Reuters claims that the national security team informed Biden that it's not clear when Iran is likely to launch an attack. But I haven't seen that from Reuters yet. I'll see if I can get it from them. Yes, so Reuters reports, I have the article here. Reuters reports today that during the briefing by their national security team, they were told that it is still unclear when Iran and Hezbollah are likely to launch an attack against Israel and the specifics of such an attack. Wow. How about that? Yes, so Reuters says during Biden and Harris's national security briefing today, they were told by the team that it is still unclear when Iran and Hezbollah are likely to launch an attack against Israel and the specifics of such an attack. During the national security briefing, if I can just summarize this, to Biden and Harris. Whoa, windy. During the national security briefing to Biden and Harris today, they were told by their national security team that it is still unclear when Iran and Hezbollah are likely to launch an attack against Israel and the specifics of such an attack. I was trying to post this. Derailed freight train says that false alarm hours ago was quite jarring when we heard sirens briefly. So, again, Reuters is saying that the national security team told Biden and Harris today that it's still unclear when Iran and Hezbollah are likely to launch an attack, and also the specifics of an attack, of such an attack, are not clear. Well, I don't know if that's true, but that means they don't know that much. I'm going to point this. I think I get that posted okay. Thanks to our member Peasy Wheats and Sticks and Stones, thank you, and Justin Shepard, our new member. In April, it was 12 days it took them to respond. 12 days in April. Drew Hunt says it's all mind games now. Intel Crab said somebody posted that there were explosions near the U.S. portion of the Baghdad International Airport. I don't know the person who's posing that though. I don't know. I'm not familiar with them, so I'll have to see if anybody's posting about that. I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen that other elsewhere. That's the only. I haven't seen that report elsewhere. Lots of rumors going around. Thank you, Walter Beasley, who says Iran has practiced this in the heads of the world. Thank you, Walter. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the other posts about explosions at the Baghdad airport, so I'll let you know if I do. Oh, hey guys, I have an update. Barak Ravid with Axios says, Biden and Harris were told today U.S. intelligence expects a scenario involving 2 waves of attacks, one from Hezbollah and one from Iran and its other proxies. But it was still unclear who is going to attack first and what kind of attack they are going to conduct, U.S. officials said. That is from the well-sourced, well-respected Israeli reporter Barak Ravid. I'm going to read you that again, what Barak Ravid said. He said, Biden and Harris were told today, U.S. intelligence experts expect a scenario involving 2 waves of attacks, one from Hezbollah and one from Iran and its other proxies, but it is still unclear who is going to attack first and what kind of attack they are going to conduct. Pisces thinks that's stating the obvious. One X Adam says, when did they do it? Well, we don't know. Six-pack American thinks there won't be an attack tonight. Why would they put that out? Well, it's not like a White House press statement. It's somebody who is there, it sounds like, who Barak Ravid knows, leaking it. Now, why would somebody leak it? I don't know. Maybe somebody told somebody else and then that person leaked it. But Barak Ravid isn't making that report up. I'm sure he heard it from someone he finds reliable. Someone asked about being a moderator. Thank you for asking. To ask about being a moderator, that would be fantastic. Just ask the moderators. They handle it, not me. So you can ask the moderators for more information. Feels quiet tonight. Quiet. Winding Road says we have to wait. It's important. Thanks to our subscriber on Twitch, James54. And Shaggy in Wall Street, thanks for subscribing over there. And Holistic. Integrity Farmer Bob, Relila, and Maro Tenebriano Idea. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And Gina Pina. I might talk about Bangladesh for a second while I have a minute here. Yeah, I do need to get up and walk around in a second. I should do that. I've been sitting in the chair so much. I've been sitting in the chair so much that I get all antsy in the chair because it's been like a number of days of sitting in the chair for the stream. Rule, I have talked about the UK stuff repeatedly on past streams. I mean, this isn't a catch-all news stream. Once in a while, I might talk to something else, but the focus here is this story. Thanks, Lapran, for subscribing. Hey, thank you to Michael Adkisson. Michael Adkisson. Thank you, Michael. That's very nice of you. Thanks so much. By the way, Kamala Harris will make her vice presidential pick tomorrow. That's also going on. Excuse me. Hold on a second here. Oh, and thank you, Crypto Talk with Mr. Davis. That's so nice of you. Crypto Talk with Mr. Davis. You want me to do? I think I'm going to walk. I need to just get up and stretch and walk around for a minute, and then I'll come back and we'll talk some more. That's what I need to do. I had to do this last night too. Oh, thanks, Winding Road. I appreciate that, Winding Road. Thank you. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm literally just going to get up and stretch my legs and walk around in a circle in the room for a second, just to stretch. So much sitting. I'm not used to sitting this much consecutive days. All right, so give me a second. I'm coming right back. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, I stretched for 1 minute. I took my 1 minute. So we're back. All right. How is the Nikkei index doing, by the way? Is that trading yet? The Nikkei index is up 8.5%. Wow. You know, the Japanese stock index, the Nikkei index, went down over 12% yesterday. It's up 8.5% today. How about that? Yeah, what is that noise? It's something. I don't know what. It's coming from the Lebanon border stream. My voice has to rebound a bit. What if they just were waiting until like 5 in the morning and they just figure, oh, no one will expect it at 5 in the morning? It really could be at any time, guys. That noise was the Tel Aviv stream? I don't know about that. Oh, it might have been the Tel Aviv stream. I don't know. I didn't check. Get some noise coming from both of them. So I wanted to just mention Bangladesh. You can see here. Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigns as widening unrest sees protesters storm her official residence. That happened overnight. If this story hadn't been going on, we would have done some Bangladesh coverage. I just haven't had time. Bangladesh's Prime Minister resigned and fled the country Monday after weeks of protests against a quota system for government jobs descended into violence and grew into a broader challenge to her 15-year rule. Thousands of demonstrators stormed her official residence and other buildings associated with her party and family. How about that? By the way, Bangladesh has a population of 171 million people. 171 million people. AP says the Prime Minister's departure threatens to create even more instability in the densely populated nation on India's border that is already dealing with a series of crises, from high unemployment to corruption to climate change. Protests began peacefully last month, but amid a deadly crackdown, the demonstrations morphed into an unprecedented challenge to Hasina, highlighting the extent of economic distress in Bangladesh, where exports have fallen and foreign exchange reserves are running low. Anyways, I'll have to read more about that later. Guys, it is 4:01 a.m. 4:01 a.m. No response yet. 4:01 a.m. Tuesday morning. No response yet from Iran or Iran's proxies. The sun will be up by around 6. It gets light before then, though. It gets light before then. Hey, thanks so much to Susie Irish. Thank you, Susie Irish. I appreciate that. Thank you. We lost sound from this broad. Are we losing that feed? I hope we don't lose that feed. We might. No. We don't want to lose the border feed. No, it's still up there. Axios is reporting. Let me see if I can find this here. Hang on. Axios says one U.S. official said intelligence indicates the response by Iran and Hezbollah is still a work in progress, and both are undecided about what exactly they want to do. How about that? That's a report tonight from Axios, from 56 minutes ago. Suave says, yup. Are they still deciding what to do? Jeff says, LOL, they don't know. Oh, Facebook broadcast will stop in 10 minutes because Facebook has an 8-hour limit. But I will restart the Facebook broadcast when it ends. I didn't sleep as well as I would have liked last night. I'm dragging a little bit today. I'll try to catch up on my sleep tonight so I can be fresh for tomorrow. If there's big news tonight, I'll come on the air. Even if I go to sleep, I'll wake up. Somebody will wake me up and I'll go on the air. The Times of Israel is saying something similar. Times of Israel says, a U.S. official says, Biden and Harris were told by their national security team today, it's still unclear when Iran and Hezbollah will launch this attack. So multiple outlets are saying that it's not clear when this attack will happen. Biden and Harris were also told there is little info available regarding the specifics of such an attack, says Times of Israel. Thank you, Katya T. Katya says, getting up and walking around is important to your health when seated for long periods. I agree with you. I'll get up again and soon into another minute. Uh-oh, we hear something. We hear something. Is it dogs? Are we hearing dogs? Heard something. Today we started a little early. We came on the air today. I forget what time. What time did we come on the air today? I don't even remember. Maybe around 8 p.m. Israel time? Yeah, I can tell. I can subtract. A little less than 8 hours ago. Probably about 8:15 p.m. Israel time. I did eat. I already ate. I took a break and ate. What was that? That sounded like gunfire. Sounds like gunfire. What stream is that on? Is that the border? Hold on. Is that the border or is that Tel Aviv? Like anti-aircraft fire maybe or something? That was one of the two. I don't know which stream that was, but we heard it. Definitely sounded like it. Is there something else that could have been, like a jackhammer or something? That's why I was thinking maybe it was maybe it was the border. I have the audio from both on. Yeah, it did sound like some kind of heavy gunfire. Here it is again. We're hearing it again. Breaking news. We're hearing it again. We're hearing it again. That's scary. Hold on. It's from the Lebanon. It's from the border shot. It's from the border shot. It's from the border. It's from the border, guys. It's from the border shot. Let me make the border shot bigger. I'm going to make the border shot bigger right now because that's where we're hearing it from. That's where it's coming from. It's coming from the border shot. No question. Hold on. Let me switch the cameras here. Hold on. Here's what I'll do. I'll put the Tel Aviv camera over here. There. It's kind of hard to do. I'm trying to give you both. Oops. We just appeared to hear gunfire on the border screen, on the border shot. It's too difficult for me to show this thing. Maybe I can leave it right up there. That's Tel Aviv up at the top. More of it right now. We're hearing it right now. We're hearing it right now. Appear to be hearing sporadic gunfire on the live cam of Lebanon-Israel border the past few minutes. So we have heard, Moshe Schwartz heard it too. Moshe Schwartz was watching the same thing. He heard it too. So we just heard in the last 7-8 minutes sporadic gunfire in the Lebanon-Israel border camera. Let me see if there's any reporting on this. The top screen is Tel Aviv. But we definitely heard it. No question. No question. No question. I mean, that was just, we just heard enough of it that it's not a question. We definitely heard it. That was really weird. Again, I don't know if it was like anti-aircraft fire. I don't know what it was, but we were definitely hearing it. Oh, let me restart the Facebook stream. I just got to restart the Facebook stream. Hold on a second here. Hang on. People on Facebook probably mad at me. It's not my fault. Facebook ends the streams after 8 hours. All right, we're back live on Facebook. So again, we have heard, we started hearing over, I want to say about a 5 to 10 minute period, sporadic, sounded like heavy automatic gunfire. I don't know if it was like an anti-aircraft or something, but we heard it sporadically, and it was coming from the Lebanon-Israel border stream. Very weird. Weird, weird, weird. And it wasn't just one burst. It was a number of bursts. Very strange. No, that was not. It definitely sounded like gunfire. I might replay it in a few minutes. I want to leave it on this right now. And Moshe Schwartz, who I follow, he heard the same thing. He heard the same thing. I'm pumping up the volume a little bit. Wow, that's scary. At 4 in the morning. Oh, Moshe wrote on my tweet. Yeah, I saw Moshe his post. Anyways. Thanks to Aussie Striker, who thinks it was a heavy gun similar to 50 caliber border skirmish. Thanks to George Garagefly Radio, who says, I don't think they're being honest. What, you think U.S. intelligence knows where they're going to attack? That was just so strange because, again, we haven't heard gunfire in 4 days. And that camera's been pretty silent all night. Then all of a sudden at 4 a.m. for like 5 minutes or so, bunch of heavy gunfire. I'll replay it in a little bit, but I want to hold off and just listen right now. I mean, I'm not a military expert, but it didn't sound to me like somebody with a pistol. Now, maybe somebody thought they saw something or something like that, but Bird Beast said maybe an unauthorized car tried to enter the border. I haven't seen any posts about it anywhere. It's really weird because we could hear it. I just heard a little pop, but that might be in the cameraman's room or something. scary. Moshe says he thought he heard some impacts during that time. Maybe there were, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and replay it. No, I mean, a lot of what you're hearing, you're hearing a bunch of wind. There is a lot of wind. Thank you, Cheyenne Perez. The gunfire was gunfire, but you might be hearing a bunch of wind otherwise. Thank you, Crashdown Gaming. And wow, that was spooky. Thanks to Valina Velikova as well. Thank you, Valina, and also thank you to John A. Hey, thanks, John A., our Patreon member. Thank you, John. In a couple minutes, I'll play it again. I just want to keep listening. That was just so weird. Thanks also to Nexeat. Thank you, Nexeat, for your support. Nexeat. Merck says, could have been a car or cars coming across the border. Paul says, that was ground fire you could hear. And it wasn't like this is, you know, the Israel-Lebanon border. It's not like that would have been Hamas gunfire. It would have been. This is far away from Gaza. This is not Gaza gunfire. Grandmaster Tao says, just a skirmish, it's been happening for days. Well, maybe it's happened before, but we've been listening for this. I've had this camera angle on for 4 days, and that's the first I've ever heard it in 4 days. Japan's Nikkei index is up almost 11%, by the way. How about that? After going down over 12% yesterday. I hear a dog. Thank you to Bass 300. I mean, the streams should continue if something starts. I mean, if there's a world in which if there's fighting going on, the streams stop working. Also, I just don't know. People operating these things might not be able to operate them, so I can't really guarantee that the streams staying on. They kind of come in and out, but like a stream like this one, that's this camera, as long as it's not getting hit with something, I would think it might stay up for a while, but I don't know. I can't say. I mean, people need to operate them. So we'll keep watching the streams as long as we can. I got some different ones here. But it can just depend. I mean, they come in and out. But they shouldn't just turn off because the reason that the news agencies have them is to show what's going on there. Thank you, Bass 300. Thank you, Bright Eyes. Some weird noise. Sounds like a can opener or something. Maybe it's a truck. Thank you to Crashdown Gamers. Crashdown Gaming. Thought he saw first responders. I did not see that on the top screen. There's been some. There was some like police cars before on the top screen I saw at some point, but I'm not aware that anything happened. I mean, the gunfire was on the bottom shot, not the top shot. Anyways, thank you to Crashdown Gaming. The top shot is from Tel Aviv. Thank you also, CERN, for your support, CERN, and Aleppo Gambit, and Aussie Striker, who says morning prayer should be in progress in Tehran now. Unfortunately, I do not have any Iran live streams. Thank you to Nexi. Thank you to Kyle Rowe. Kyle said he served in the military, and it sounded like machine gun fire, maybe warning shots. Thank you also to Decalon. Decalon Posazai, who says, I can only imagine how people down there feel about this kicking off. Thank you, Decalon. And thank you to C50 Pack and The Stink over there on Twitch. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put the label for the top stream. What is that coming from? Hold on. Which stream is that coming from? Which sound? That is coming from the sound you hear is coming from the Tel Aviv stream, not from the border stream. I don't know what that sound is. Maybe some truck or something. But that is coming from the Tel Aviv stream, just so you know. Oh, it stopped. We don't want that one. Where's the other? I got it. I might replay that gunfire for you in a second because I'm not hearing any more at the moment. So Tel Aviv up top, and then Israel-Lebanon border is the main shot. Oh, there's a new update from the Institute for the Study of War, which I'm going to talk about. Institute for the Study of War says Iran published a list of possible targets, and they actually think it's like not necessarily an accurate list of targets. I'll have to check that out in a second. Should I show you guys the gunfire again? What I'll do is yeah, I gotta pull it up here. I gotta pull it up here. Give me a second. I gotta figure out where it first started. That's wind right there, what you just heard. That's just wind. I think I found when we first started hearing it. Let me show you that replay from before. What I'm going to do is just going to pop it on the screen there. So there I am right there. I'll put it over Tel Aviv. So I'm going to play you this. I'm going to replay this, and you'll hear what we heard before. So again, this is going to be a replay audio from about a half an hour ago. All right. So let's listen to this. Hang on. Just listen. Right there. What was that? That sounded like gunfire. Sounds like gunfire. What stream is that on? Is that the border? Hold on. Is that the border or is that Tel Aviv? So again, that was about a half an hour ago, and it was on the border stream. Like anti-aircraft fire maybe or something? That was one of the two. I don't know which stream that was. But we heard it. Definitely sounded like it. You'll hear more in a second. You'll hear more in a second. We're replaying it. Is there something else that could have been, like a jackhammer or something? That's why I was thinking maybe it was maybe it was the border. I have the audio from both on. Yeah, it did sound like some kind of heavy gunfire. Hear it again. We're hearing it again. Breaking news. We're hearing it again. We're hearing it again. That's scary. Hold on. It's from the Lebanon. It's from the border shot. It's from the border shot. It's from the border. It's from the border, guys. It's from the border shot. Let me make the border shot bigger. I'm going to make the border shot bigger right now because that's where we're hearing it from. That's where it's coming from. It's coming from the border shot. No question. That was like a half hour ago, but a half hour ago is when we heard that. Hold on. Let me switch the cameras here. I think there might be a little more. I'm not sure though. Yeah, I think there is. I think there might be a little bit more. Here's what I'll do. I'll put the Tel Aviv camera over here. There, it's kind of hard to do. I'm trying to give you both. Oops. We just appeared to hear gunfire on the border screen, on the border shot. It's too difficult for me to show this thing. Maybe I can leave it right up there. That's Tel Aviv up at the top. More of it right now. This is before. It's a half hour ago. We're hearing it right now. We're hearing it right now. I mean, that's several times over the course of several minutes. But all that's from about a half an hour ago. But we did hear it several times. About 4 in the morning. Appear to be hearing sporadic gunfire on the live cam of Lebanon-Israel border the past few minutes. So we have heard, Moshe Schwartz heard it too. Moshe Schwartz was watching the same thing. He heard it too. So we just heard in the last 7-8 minutes sporadic gunfire in the Lebanon-Israel border camera. I don't. Let me see if there's any reporting on this. The top screen is Tel Aviv. I think that's basically it. I think that's basically what we heard. Hang on a moment. But yeah, that was pretty weird. Give me a moment here. Again, it wasn't just one time either. It was over the course of several minutes. Thank you to Grevin Scher and Nicholas Marsochi. And long-range precision shooting, who says, it reminded me when I was in the Marine Corps of 50 caliber fire. It could be a probe by your enemy to test your defenses. Thanks for your support and thanks for your service. Long-range precision shooting. Thank you also Choctaw Native for your support. Thank you also to Jeffrey Bradley. Thank you, Jeffrey. Well, let's see if we hear anything else. Jeff Hook thought that was definitely a 50 cal. It is 4:45 a.m. Local time, 4:45 a.m. Israel time. maybe we might never know what that was. We might never know what that was. But look, I would not be surprised if this attack happened at any time of day. To be honest. Who knows? Hang on a second here. Yeah, I wanted to mention what the Institute for the Study of War said. Institute for the Study of War, ISW, it's at understandingwar.org. I really like them a lot for their military analysis. Understandingwar, all one word, .org. They have a new report that says Iranian armed forces run DEFA Press published a list of potential civilian and military targets in Israel today, which likely aims to decrease Israel's ability to effectively defend against an Iranian attack by causing Israel to disperse its air and missile defense assets and creating panic among civilians. The list includes Israeli military bases and government sites, like the Israeli Defense Ministry in Tel Aviv, the Israeli Knesset building in Jerusalem, and 8 air bases across Israel. Iran also named civil infrastructure sites like airports, gas fields, and power plants throughout the country. Iran may or may not try to attack any of these targets or others. Iran's decision to explicitly name these targets, which are spread throughout Israel, likely seeks to cause the Israel Defense Forces to disperse air and missile defense assets across a wide area. Iran may calculate that by causing Israel to spread out its defenses, this information effort will increase the likelihood that Iran can hit some of its targets. The U.S.-Israeli coalition intercepted the majority of Iranian drones and missiles outside of Israel during the April attack on Israel. Drones and missiles fired from Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria would be much harder to intercept than those launched from Iran, given the shorter distances and flight times to Israel. The Institute for the Study of War does not think that this target list they talked about that was published by an Iranian armed forces run press, DEFA Press, they don't think it's really a reliable list of targets. They think it's more for like to make Israel think about what the targets will be, not what the actual targets are. Institute for the Study of War says Israel's security cabinet is discussing preemptive strikes in response to Iranian messaging detailing its planned attack. Institute for the Study of War says Institute for the Study of War and Critical Threats Project says, hold on. That Iran will likely coordinate its strikes on Israel with simultaneous attacks from several fronts closer to Israel. Iranian-backed Iraqi militias have reportedly transferred advanced missiles to southern Syria from Iraq in recent days. These missiles could be used in Iran's attack. Hamas and Iran also reportedly directed Palestinian militias in Tulkarm to conduct an infiltration attack into Israel in the immediate future as part of a response to Israel's killing of Haniyeh, says Institute for the Study of War. But they say the IDF conducted preemptive strikes in Tulkarm on August 3rd, which killed 9 Palestinian fighters and destroyed the militia cell responsible for planning the infiltration attack. That's what they say. Interesting. Institute for the Study of War also says the IDF has deployed additional forces near Israeli communities adjacent to Tulkarm after receiving a credible threat that Hamas and other Palestinian militias may conduct an October 7th-like infiltration operation into Israel from the West Bank. Tulkarm is in the West Bank. It's almost 5 a.m., guys. Almost 5 a.m. I'm going to just take 1 minute here. I need 1 minute. Give me, oops. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, we are back. It is almost 5 a.m., guys. Almost 5 a.m. I was listening while I was gone. I didn't hear anything. Yes, it is getting a little lighter. That's a good spot. It is getting a little lighter back there. So, it is Tuesday morning. When will Iran attack? By the way, a reminder that Hezbollah's leader is supposed to speak at 5 p.m. local time. Nasrallah. So what would Nasrallah say at 5 p.m. local time? Thank you to Blake Myers for your support. I appreciate that. Blake Myers, thank you. Will he say, like, okay, now we're really doing it? Will he announce something, Nasrallah? Thank you also so much, Marcus Jansen. Marcus Jansen, thank you from Finland. That's very nice of you, Marcus. Thank you. It is getting a little lighter there. When I see it getting light on the other cameras, I might let you see another one of those. It took them 12 days in April to respond, Iran. Today is the 7th day since the top Hezbollah commander was killed by Israel in Beirut. It was last Tuesday. And then last Wednesday, early morning, was when the Hamas political leader Haniyeh was killed in Tehran. That was last Wednesday morning at like 2 a.m. Hey, thank you to Lebanese Armenian for your support. Thank you so much, Lebanese Armenian. And Anonymous Nobody for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thanks for giving out memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a gift membership. Hey, it is getting light, guys. Look at that. Getting light on the border. It is getting light on the border. I was just looking for other updates here. Not seeing anything at the moment. Not seeing anything at the moment. Yeah, it's starting to get light there. It is starting to get light. Let me repeat, because people keep posting it in the chat. It is utterly false. It is 100% false that 2 people died in the attack on the Iraq airbase. I don't know why people keep saying 2 people died. I don't know where people are getting this information. It's certainly not anywhere reliable. So again, it's just, it'll never stop, I guess, on this stream that people post it, but it is completely and utterly false. Nowhere reliable has posted that information. It is completely false. Reuters said 1 person had been seriously injured among about 5 injured. Associated Press said several were injured. I just don't know where people are getting that information, but you should check the sources where you're getting in that information and maybe not rely on them. That's what I would recommend. I will read a little article on it in case you didn't hear about it from Associated Press. A rocket attack at an Iraqi military base injures U.S. personnel. Note, nobody killed. Several U.S. personnel were injured in a suspected rocket attack at a military base in Iraq, U.S. defense officials said Monday, in what has been a recent uptick in strikes on American forces by Iran-backed militias. The attack comes as tensions across the Middle East are spiking following the killings last week of a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon and Hamas's top political leader in Iran in suspected Israeli strikes. Both groups are backed by Iran. The U.S. defense officials said troops at Al-Assad Air Base were still assessing the injuries and damage, and it appeared that as many as 7 military troops and civilians were injured. Earlier Monday, Iraqi security officials confirmed the attack, but no group has claimed responsibility. Joe Truzman on X said there was an Iraqi group that claimed responsibility. I reposted that earlier on my X account. The American officials said the U.S. looked into reports of a possible second attack at the base, but determined there had not been another attack. There had not been another attack. In recent weeks, Iranian-backed Iraqi militias have resumed launching attacks on bases housing U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria after a lull of several months, following a strike on a base in Jordan in late January that killed 3 American soldiers and prompted a series of U.S. retaliatory strikes. Between October and January, an umbrella group calling itself the Islamic Resistance in Iraq had regularly claimed attacks it said were in retaliation for Washington's support of Israel in its war against Hamas in Gaza and were aimed at pushing U.S. troops out of the region. Hey, it's getting light out. Real quick, I'll show you. Do we need to refresh this one up top? No, that's still dark. The Tel Aviv cam isn't getting as light, but the Tel Aviv cam, I think, might be facing to the more to the west. Well, it's facing to the northwest. I have a Haifa cam. Want me to I'll switch to the Haifa cam. People like the Haifa cam. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to switch to the Haifa cam. So let me get the second camera off. I'm going to switch to the Haifa cam for the second camera. If this works. That is not the Haifa cam. Oh, you know what I got to do? I got to take a second here. Wait for it. Wait for it. There's the Haifa cam right there. That is Haifa. That is not the Israel-Lebanon border. That is Haifa. We'll let you look at that one for a second. It's about 20 miles south of the Israel-Lebanon border. Oops. I still have the audio on from the border cam. Haifa is on the water. It's about 20 miles south of the Lebanon border. Tashi Cat says it's so pretty. It's a very nice shot, the Haifa shot, when the sun is coming up like that, especially. Thank you, Evan, for your support. Thank you, Evan and Barb RN, and Evan for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Evan. Thank you, Aussie Striker. Aussie, it sounds like the thing you said is what Axios was saying. Barak Ravid with Axios said that that Biden and Harris were told U.S. intelligence expects a scenario involving two waves of attacks, one from Hezbollah, one from Iran and its other proxies, but it was unclear who was going to attack first and what kind of attack they are going to conduct. U.S. officials said. That's from Barak Ravid. Thank you, Aussie Striker, for your support. And Alex Kruglov. Thank you, Alex, for becoming a member. We might lose the... What was that? That paused. That's the... Oh, hold on. I got to reset something. No, that's this thing. Oh, no, it's fine. The sound, the border stream paused for a second. We're hearing the sound from the border stream. That's the border stream right there. That's the Lebanon-Israel border. And that's Haifa. Oh my gosh. I gotta start timing people out. If people are gonna keep posting the nonsense, claiming that 2 soldiers died, it's just enough already. I can't. I've been listening to that nonsense for hours. No more of that misinformation in the chat. Enough already. Thanks to our new member, Rocky Mountain Billy. Thank you, Tom B., our new member. Hey, by the way, so this channel is called Agenda Free TV. We actually cover all kinds of live breaking news coverage. So subscribe and follow the channel. But I want to mention, you know, I don't know in advance when we're coming on usually. I mean, I can say probably tomorrow we'll cover this. But if you want to know when we're going live to cover breaking news, we have a notification system. It's free. We've set it up. And you sign up once, and then you get sent a notification every time we go live, right before the stream. It works awesome. It's a great way to not miss a stream, and it's free. So if you want to sign up for that, the link, the mods will post the notifications link in the chat. But sign up for the free notifications. You can also find it, the YouTube and Facebook description for this broadcast. You can find the link there. But I would definitely sign up for the notifications. And when you're there, you can also check out the Discord chat, which is a free chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. That's at the same link as the notifications. Oh, thanks so much to Rocky Mountain Billy. A rundown of this evening happenings. There was no Iranian attack. How's that? The Iran hasn't attacked yet. Thank you, Rocky Mountain Billy. I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Evan. Thank you, Evan. I appreciate that, Evan. Thank you. Oh, and thanks for the gift memberships, Rocky Mountain Billy. That's very kind of you. I appreciate your support for the channel. So that is Haifa, Israel, and then, oops, and then this is the Lebanon-Israel border right there. Israel looking towards Lebanon is that one. And that is Haifa. Thanks also to Ant's the Man for being a member and for the gift membership. And also our member John MC 1776 US. Thanks, John. Was there smoke in the border view? You know, it's a good question. I don't know if that's normally there. You see, it looks like there's a little smoke over there, but I mean, that could be a factory. That could be a fire of some sort. I don't know. I just don't know. I'll leave on this one for a second. This is the Israel-Lebanon border. Oh, and thank you, Kenneth Colton. Thanks so much, Kenneth. Thanks, Kenneth. And our new member, Clint Paraguay. Thank you, Clint. Very nice of you. Big Time thinks this looming Iran attack is giving off all bark, no bite vibes. Well, you haven't seen the attack yet. You think there won't be one, Big Time? Look, I do think it does make sense that if it's going to be some major attack, it might take some time to plan it and coordinate it and everything. Thank you to Dexter M. Thank you, Dexter. It would be, yeah, well, Olivera Barros says, hope no attack. I mean, that would be nice if there was no attack. I'm not optimistic there will be no attack. I certainly think there will be, unfortunately. Jesse Spencer says, nobody wants war. Thank you again, Evan. I appreciate it, Evan. Evan says he works at McDonald's. Very nice. Lately, I mean, for here, the last few days, I've been eating with the air fryer because we've been streaming so much. So I've just been making my own food here. I'm sure if somebody stuck a quarter pounder in front of me, I'd want to eat it, but I'm fine with the food here. Got to be around because we don't know when anything's going to happen. Really don't know. It could happen at any time. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see it happen at any time. There is Haifa right there. That's Haifa, Israel. And that is the Lebanon-Israel border. Well, I'm going to start saying some thank yous as it starts getting light out here. We should thank our moderators, guys. Guys, we couldn't have chat rooms without the moderators. They're always here. It's incredible. They really are the ones who let us have the chat rooms, who keep it respectful in there. So, huge shout out to our moderators. They're always here. Over there on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body's there right now, and Paul Anderson. I know we've had Margaret Riley there, and who else? Ronald Egnor, Christina Neal. Thanks to all of our Facebook moderators. You guys are awesome. Our Twitch moderators. We've had a bunch of them tonight. Thank you. Like I got that fire, Mark and NC, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you. And all of our other moderators who I thanked before on Twitch. Hey, thanks to This Is Bida, who gave out a subscription on Twitch. And Harry the Dog for subscribing on Twitch. And This Is Bida subscribed on Twitch. Thank you. Oh, and thank you, Cheyenne Perez. Thank you, Cheyenne, for your support. Very kind of you. Our YouTube moderators, like AJ and Ruth Krafasi, all of our YouTube moderators, thank you so much. Oh, we got a bird flying by. Linda Belk and Larry moderating, too, on X. So huge shout out to all of our mods. I really appreciate you guys like sending me messages and sending me news tips in the chat and stuff, and all the comments, and letting me read your comments and helping with the broadcast. So shout out to you for tuning in and also for participating in the broadcast. Oh, there's a rocket alert. Hey, there's a rocket alert. A rocket alert in, what was it, Kerem Benzina? There is a rocket alert. I can tell you that. I can tell you there's a rocket alert. There's a siren in northern Israel. Northern Israel. By the way, rockets, there's 2 rocket alerts in northern Israel. Now, these happen all the time. So that does not mean, even if there are rockets fired, that does not mean that there is now a big response going on. Rocket fire is pretty normal there. Thanks, Haniel Vargas, by the way. I appreciate that, Haniel. Thank you. Yeah, so these are in northeastern Israel. So the 2 rocket alerts, I believe, are to the right. You'd have to go to the right. They wouldn't appear on the screen right now. They'd be to the right. Not that far from where this camera is, but maybe a few miles away. Maybe like 5, 6, maybe more like 10 miles away from this camera, but to the east. And then there's one, well, I'll keep looking. I just saw another one on my phone. I just saw another one. I'll let you know if I hear any updates about any interceptions or anything. Thank you, John Collison, or Callison. Thank you, John, for your support. I really appreciate that. John Callison, or Collison. So we got a few rocket sirens going off in northern Israel. I have not yet heard of any interceptions or rockets. About rockets impacting or being shot down, so I'll keep an eye out. By the way, by the way, I wanted to point out, hold on. Secretary of Defense Austin just posted a few minutes ago on his X account. And he said, "Today I spoke with Israeli Minister of Defense Gallant to reaffirm U.S. commitment to Israel's defense from threats posed by Iran, Lebanese Hezbollah, and other Iran-aligned militia groups. We agreed the attack from Iran-aligned militias on U.S. forces stationed at Al-Assad Air Base in western Iraq marked a dangerous escalation, and I updated Minister Gallant on measures to strengthen U.S. military posture in light of this escalating situation." I have not heard anything more about these rocket alerts that were going off in northern Israel. Oh, thank you to Shannon Brinkman. Hey, thanks, Shannon. That's very nice of you. Thanks, Shannon. By the way, a quick reminder, I will post, when I'm off the air, I post breaking news on my X account, formerly Twitter. That is @Lookner. So you can follow me there for breaking news coverage when I'm not on the air, @Lookner on X, Lookner. And also, I always post on the Agenda Free X account when we're going live, Agenda Free TV, all one word. Agenda Free TV, I'll post schedule updates there, programming updates there. Some of our viewers, like FlexiBail, think that what certainly sounded like gunfire, we heard about an hour and a half ago on this camera for a few minutes. He or she thinks it was an Apache attack helicopter. A couple of our viewers thought that. I don't know. FlexiBail said, I heard that exact sound a few weeks ago on these cameras. I don't know what it was. It certainly sounded like gunfire, though. Jesse Spencer thought it was a 50 cal mounted on a gun truck. I want to shout out some of our subscribers, too. Our subscribers on Twitch, Flaps15, Chaotic Chickens, Wall Street and Shaggy. L. Gompers, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Lil Pinkus, Integrity Farmer Bob. Jackson22, Annie Kush, Gina Pina, Crystal Coder, Drunk Can't Cook. Thanks to all of our Twitch subscribers. I really appreciate it. Nancy Elizabeth, Jack's Animals, and all of our Twitch subscribers, our Facebook subscribers like Robert Rial II, Eve Richards, Diane Allworth, Margaret Riley, Billy Joe Drage. Huge thanks. Lou Green, to all of our Facebook subscribers. And our YouTube members like Praise the Oak, Barb RN, Danny G, Draco, Cruella, Peasy Wheats, John Herzog, Waltham, Linda M, Portland Candy, Jonathan Fisher, Connor Jeans, Evelyn in Maine, Andy. These are some of our members on YouTube. Christina Rojas, Original Hippie Tales. Did I say Evelyn in Maine? Devin Denny, Duchess Genesis Albarea, Ants the Man, Bob Birkins, Draco, Jackie Morgan, April Taj, Kathy, and all of our other YouTube members. Thank you. We'll give it a few more minutes here. We're getting close to that time. We're getting close to that time when we wrap up. But we'll give it a few more minutes. Thank you. I adore Liverpool for your support. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. I really appreciate your guys' support for the channel. It's really, really kind and generous of you. That is what allows the channel to exist and buy news footage and stuff. So very, very much appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you. If you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for allowing the channel to exist, supporting the channel. By the way, the reason that the picture is cut off on the right here is this angle is framed a little low today. So if I do this, you kind of lose the bottom. So for this stream, I've been doing it this way, where I move it up a little bit. And I know we lose the end on the right, but you're not losing anything. It's just you get some extra black on the right. But that way you can see more of the ground. That's how I've been doing it. Actually, I should show you guys the Tel Aviv shot. That's what I should show you. Let me show you what the Tel Aviv shot looks like. It looks kind of nice. We haven't seen that in the daylight. We have a shot from Tel Aviv, right on the water. All right, hold on. Let me get the Tel Aviv shot up. That's not it. That was Haifa. Over there. Waiting for the Tel Aviv shot. Waiting to get you that shot. Hopefully now. Hey, look, it's Tel Aviv. How about that shot, guys? It is Tel Aviv. Pretty nice. It's right on the water there in Tel Aviv. Thank you, SK Rain, by the way. Thanks, SK Rain. I appreciate that. This is the first night we've had this camera. I haven't seen this camera before. They just got it tonight. AFP. I don't know what building this specifically is. It might just be like a condo building or something. It's right on the water, but that is right on the water, looking right up the coast there, looking northward. Hey, thank you, Gringo. Thanks so much, Gringo, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Gringo. I'd like to visit the Middle East one day. I've never been to the Middle East. One day. One day I'll make it. I hope for everybody in the Middle East, well, I think we're going to have a response from Iran, but I hope things can settle down there. I actually found this building on Google Maps before, earlier in the stream. I got it. It's right here. So check this out. It's this building right here. Oops. It's that building right there. That's the building. This is in Tel Aviv. There's Israel here. Tel Aviv is right here. Sorry. I'm fading here. We've been up all night. Well, it's up all night their time. It's not all night my time, but I'm going to try to catch up on some sleep tonight. Sorry. I was trying to show you, this building is near the, it's like not the embassy for Israel, but it's the embassy outpost in Tel Aviv. Where is it here? Hold on. I lost it. Sorry. I'll get you back to the outdoor shot in a second. Right there. There's the building right there. That's it. Oh, is that it? Or am I wrong? Yes, so there's the building right there. And then it says U.S. Embassy Branch Office, Tel Aviv. But that's the building right there. See? Oh, I wonder if there's street view. Is there street view? Hey, there's street view. Look, I bet we can see it right here. There it is. I found it. Oops, hold on. Hang on a moment. Oh, no, you can't see it. There it is. So, Betty claims that she's on the 11th floor with the light on. That's what Betty says. Obviously, that's a not. So wait, no. Actually, that's the live shot. That's not the Google map. So that is the live shot of somebody with their light on up there. Yeah, and I mean, one of our viewers had compared the scene to Gaza. It's kind of crazy because I mean, that's not far from Gaza where that's located. I mean, I'll actually measure it on the map, but I mean, it's about roughly speaking about 35 miles north of Gaza. But there's other parts of Israel that are right near Gaza, obviously. Yeah, Rob G says turn the light off and on. Hey, thanks to Janice McConnell. I appreciate that, Janice McConnell. Thank you for your support. I didn't hear anything more about the rocket. You know, there were a few rocket alerts a little while ago, and I didn't hear anything more about that. By the way, a quick reminder, if you watch on YouTube and you want to turn the YouTube notifications on, you got to do this thing on YouTube. This is for our YouTube viewers. If you want to turn the YouTube notifications on, you need to click this bell right here, and choose all notifications. Boom. Make sure you do that if you watch on YouTube, to turn the YouTube notifications on. Also, I do have a personal channel on YouTube where I stream some non-news live streams, and on Twitch. That is called Lookner on YouTube and Looknerd on Twitch. Haven't been on there for a little while because it's been so busy news-wise, but we'll be back there at some point. Lookner on YouTube, Looknerd on Twitch. All right, guys, I think we're getting to that time. You can see the sun is coming up. So if something happens during daylight, I can come back on the air and cover it. If not, we'll plan on doing the same thing. That's the plan, doing on the same thing tomorrow, where we start coverage when it starts getting dark out there. That is what we have been doing. But again, if something happens before then, I can just do another stream. Okay? So we thanked the moderators a few minutes ago. I think we thanked everybody. Thanked the subscribers and the donors and all you guys for watching. So I think it is our time. I think it is our time to wrap it up. But again, if I get off the air and some huge news happens, I can just come on the air and do another stream. All right? So, I really appreciate you watching. We will have more coverage of this situation, and we will see what happens. And you can follow me on Twitter for updates. I mean X. Follow me on X for updates, news updates, at Lookner on X, at Lookner, okay? And thanks to all of our people watching, people like D. Lucky, Bruce Davenport, Chelsea Eberhardt, Tia Christie, Mary McDonald, Jane Summers, one of our subscribers. Thanks, Jane. Jax Haku, our subscriber. Thank you. And our subscriber Big Boss Now, and our subscriber Nancy Elizabeth. Thank you. And our subscriber Greyhound Player. And Mayhem 614. And D and others. I'll do one last check for updates. But again, if there's something big, I can just come back on the air. All right, guys, I am wrapping up this live stream. You have been watching our live breaking news coverage and more coverage to come. So that is it for now. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.